That was my favourite Aurora combo I've seen so far, by the way, in Pro. Jumps in with the ult, hops over one way, gets the shotgun, hops out the other. Super cool. Man, I'm looking forward to this series so much. The third best of 5 we've seen between these two teams in the last 2 months. It was Demacia Cup Finals, LPL Groups, and now in LPL Finals as well. I don't know who I want to win. I love the AL underdog story, but seeing, you know, Kanavi and Jacula playing on this form, I think they have the highest ceiling than anyone's Legend from what I've seen. Can I try and pin that message? Let me see. I don't have mod view open myself right now because I'm just viewing it from, I might be able to. But hi, if you're also watching on Onivia's channel as well, welcome in. We have ourselves a hell of a series today, as we normally do. Yes, thank you, Blade. I appreciate you being around. I know it's a bad time zone for you. Did you... Can I pin that? Know that either. Not sure then. So whoever wins here, the first down will be 4 Korean junglers. Yeah, you're right. Oh, is that Tabe versus Hom? Oh, this is Tabe versus Hom's record. That's insane. Oh, that's so cool. That's a great screenshot to have. Ginger is... no, I don't know if Ginger is, you know, I'm not sure on that one. That one I'm not sure. Morning, Katari. I gotta go get myself a coffee, folks, and then I shall be back. Oh, that's a cool look. Oh, wow, we get a special opening thing? We'll, of course, do it as a finals. Okay, I'm gonna turn on the actual stream audio for this bit because this hype intro looks really cool. I wanna see what this sounds like. Well, folks, I hope you're ready for a truly unique experience. LPL finals always are. Also, thank you so much for the stream shoes everyone is I saw like everyone spam them like a few minutes ago.
Very cool to see everyone there. Well, I guess we'll have... Did I also get up not too long ago? Yeah, I worked with bloke. Shut up. 5 minutes ago. AL's in finals? Yeah, anyone's legend is in finals versus top esports. BLG are not winning the LPL. It's one of these two instead. Ashlinks, by the way, I did see your message, and I'm very, very thankful for the offer, but I'm happy. It's just a pain to set up extra caster stuff at this point.
Okay, actually these tracks aren't actually that special. I'm gonna sum that down for now. Yeah, I guessed that all the music was louder than me. I did guess that. But yes, anyone's legend are going to be in our finals. A team that has never been to a finals before, even with the lineage of rogue warriors who had Doonby on them. Hey, Denakashi. And thank you so much for the stream streaks earlier, I did see them. And for people watching on YouTube as well, hope you're ready for a truly unforgettable experience. No worries, Blade. No worries, Blade. Don't you worry about it. Okay. Let's see what this opening ceremony's got to offer us. Go on then. What you got for us, LPL?
Look what you've been missing.
Oh, they actually don't have a full opening thing? I'm actually kind of upset. I thought that was a countdown to a really cool opening thing, and it was just normal. Hi folks, how's it going? My name's Nymaera, and I'm here to bring you the LPL Finals! Woo! Let's get ourselves into the mood. Anyone's legend, top esports. Top esports, of course, the team which is no stranger towards finals. This will be Jackie Love's 8th finals. The only person who has more is Xiaohu, the LPL old god himself. And then anyone's legend, their first finals ever, even with, you know, as their lineage of rogue warriors. They've never been to a finals before. It is Tarzan's 7th finals, I want to say, though. I think it's his 7th. He is their jungler, and he has been such an engine room for that team. How many finals does Clearlove have? Not as many, because he wasn't playing for as long at this point. He finished playing in season 6 or something, didn't he? Or something like that. Maybe it was season 7 he finished, actually. But he had a bunch of finals, but also a lot of those finals after season 5 were by Xiaohu instead. Xiaohu was there. So Xiaohu's been playing ever since season 5, and he's been making finals ever since season 6, I think it was, really. LPL Hypers, it is so Hypers. It is so Hypers, folks. I'm really looking forward to the series. I think that this battle of coach and jungler, particularly for me, are very special. I think that Hope versus Jackie Love in a rematch of the 2022 LPL Finals is very special. Because for those of you that don't remember back then, oh, hi Ari, it's the special Chroma. Hi Katie, Ari, Chroma. Hi. And folks, if you have opinions on the series, if you have favorite moments, you have things you want to celebrate, let us know in chat. Let us know in chat. Because of course my name's Nymaera. I'm streaming over on my own channels, and then Onivia's restreaming it over to their YouTube as well. I haven't been watching LPL, but I'm here for finals. Any chance Fizz will give us a Neela pick? In a larger, long enough series? Yeah, we've had some weird stuff come through. We had Shen Jungle for the first time in over 1,000 days or something like that. Or was it 12 years or something? I think it's the first time since 2013 we had Shen Jungle. So, you know, we have a lot of different stuff here, folks. Tarzan versus Kanavi will definitely be my highlight for the series. Same. I think that Tarzan versus Kanavi is an absolutely incredible matchup, and I've shouted from the rooftops about Kanavi now for this split. Hey Hayden, thanks for stopping by. What do we got here today? Oh, it's the full bracket. Yeah. Let's take this off. Well, as you can see, folks, Top Esports have made the lower bracket run. They have won 4 best-of-5s in a row in playoffs, going through IG, the super team, quote-unquote, Dunbi's NIP, BLG, JDG, and now face up against Anyone's Legend for the 3rd time in the last 2 months. They played against them in Demacia Cup finals, they played against them in the group stage as well. They lost both those series, but they definitely want to turn their record around. It wasn't like they were completely blasted out in those series. So yeah, these two teams got a bit of history. Top Esports. This roster, I think some people had questions about it. You know, losing Mako, losing Tien, it was a question of, well, okay, have they actually upgraded or not? Bringing in Crisp, who's known to be inconsistent. Kanavi, who is incredible, but, you know, Tien is Tien. Jackie Love or Hope? Who's the better AD carry? Well, you go off the last series that they both played, and that is a very tough ask. I think Jackie Love was on incredible form, but Hope also has been, I think, more consistently better. But I think the peaks of Jackie Love have potentially been higher. I think that the consistency of Hope may be a touch stronger as well. But both of them can contend with each other. I think that draft will have to unlock them, really. You know, I think Hope going towards something like a Kai'Sa has been very, very powerful for him. But, you know, there is the hyper carry potential of Jackie Love on something like the Jinx as well. So my copium for this series is Top Esports beat JDG easier than Anyone's Legend did. You know, there is something about that. JDG did take AL to 5 games. There's something about that. I hope we see some Mordekaiser tonight. Well, 369 is our Mordekaiser guy. Oh, they have a special intro. We'll watch this. This is the recent record. Anyone's Legend only taking their first win over Top Esports in this split. Never done it before. 369 versus Flandre. Oh, the old gods are top lane. This is finals, Gilgamesh. This is finals. Yes, welcome to finals. Oh, the side steps. Oh, the side steps. You don't trust Tarzan in finals? Well, he's been in a bunch of them and he's yet to win one, yep. Oh, that's such a cool shot of Flandre. He's been a good investor player so far. Kanavi, one of my very favorite players in the world right now. I want to see a Kali today. I'm sure we'll see a Kali between these players. Shanks and Cream are both big players of it. This play was absolutely insane. Late game hyper carry jacks. One man army, baby. One man army. Is Sam coming later? No, sadly Sam is on NLC today, and his call time is similar to this. This montage is absolutely insane. This montage is absolutely insane. Tarzan's Pantheon is the best in the LPL to me. Oh, what a player. No, it's not a typo. It's not a typo buff. He's just helped so much out with LPL, I don't want to leave his name out of it. Sam's done more LPL than I have this split. Or about even. Snow Minari, one of my very favorite skins as well. Yeah, Sam's done a bunch of work for LPL and on this channel, this split. Shanks versus Cream is historically such an important matchup here, I think, for the legacy of LPL mid laners. You know, Cream has battled his way through Rookie, Doinby, Scout, Knight, and now we'll have ourselves one of our kind of
Newer class of mid laners becoming an LPL champion. And I think that Cream has been largely very good too. Oh, this series is going to be great, folks. If you've never watched an LPL finals before, it's a special time, folks. It's a special time. Dracula is the better ADC, but I think Tarzan is slightly better than Kanavi. I think that both are going to be great battles. And the thing is, that might be on average you'd have those opinions, which, again, is completely valid. But all it takes is one good day at the office, one bad day at the office, one moment of brilliance or terror, and that can solve a series like this. One of them just has to have a good series, man. Hope beat Jack 11-22 summer for JDG versus Top Esports. Chris versus Kyle. Oh yeah, it's a hell of a matchup too. Based on current form, Chris has been fantastic. I think Chris was the best enchanter in the LPL, you know? Oh yeah, Ben had a bad day at the office versus Top Esports. But that's all it takes, isn't it? That's all it takes. You have to go to sleep after game 1? Oh, well, you have to catch up on it then, Hayden. You'll have to catch up on it. It'll be worth it. I'll say Cream stepped up this season so far, especially given the questions on his champion pool. Especially given the questions on the champion pool. Their key player is the top lane matchup. 369 versus Flandre. I mean, these two are... There's a Worlds winner and an MSI winner in here. 369 has won a handful of titles. Flandre have been playing all the way back since 2015. They're on Snake Esports. Hard to ignore this kind of matchup. Very hard to not ignore this kind of matchup. Okay. And we will chill out just a little bit more until we get ourselves into our finals. That was a really cool intro. That was a very cool intro. The LPL montages are very, very cool. I'm a big fan of them. Okay, now might be... What time is it right now? Because what time do they go into draft? It'll be coming in soon. So I'm going to put on Twitch adverts now so you don't get them in-game. That's my plan. Oh, this is Tabe versus, This is Tabe versus, Hom, which is absolutely insane. These two have been revolutionary. The win rate, particularly, of Hom, Kanavi, and 369 on the same team is staggeringly large. Staggeringly large. What's Flandre's skin again? Flandre had a Graves skin for Graves top lane. That's what he had. 3-1, 3-1 either way, a 3-2 from the third analyst, and then crowd thinking about Top Esports wins. However, they do have they are the more known team. Hom won with Samsung back in 2014. Back in 2014, he was the Samsung white coach. He was the Samsung coach. So the thing is, Hom already considers himself to have won Worlds, which makes sense. Also, thanks to the follows, folks. I did see a couple in there. Yeah, Hom is one of the legendary coaches of the League of Legends scene. One of the legendary ones. Okay, so we're getting closer towards draft, folks. I don't know how big of a song and dance they have prepared for today. Players turning up. The Samsung White team is what got me hardcore into competitive league. What a team to be inspired by, in fairness. Samsung White were absolutely incredible. Their early game, their lane swaps, and this is a big thing, right? The lane swap meta right now. I think that back then they were perhaps the greatest lane swap team of all time. So good at scouting out for those level 1 wards and getting the lanes that they wanted. However, that's currently a thing which Top Esports are very, very good at. I wonder how a 2014 Cloud9 would have done versus Samsung White. They said that they would have preferred playing it. They would have preferred playing against Samsung White. So TSM and Cloud9 had better win rate versus the opposite Samsung teams they ended up facing in quarterfinals that year. And we have a Jackie Love interview, so we'll listen to that.
滔博战队的 Jackie Love 选手来到赛前采访席，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 Top A Jackie Love。
今天是决赛，也是此前你们打了4个 BO5，在5天的时间之内，今天也是在第1赛段的最后一个 BO5了，所以决赛在即，大家的状态调整怎么样呢？
就是我觉得我们队伍因为前面一直在赢嘛，然后最近状态还是不错的，然后1天的时间就是让大家好好休息，然后多赢一下自己和对手的比赛，然后我觉得我们现在状态还可以。
状态也是很火热，能看得出来的。那决赛在即了嘛，对不对？给大伙加个油吧。
想给队友说就已经走到这儿了嘛，然后最后一场我们就拿下来。对。
好，那我们一会儿见。同样，我们也请到的是 AL 上单选手盛强哥，跟大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 AL 上单樊总。
决赛的对阵双方队伍，其实也是 A 组出现的2支队伍，同时也是德杯冠亚的一个再相遇嘛。这次在第1赛段的决赛再碰上滔博的话，心态上面会有什么不同吗？
我觉得这一次再碰上滔博的话，我觉得会跟之前都不一样吧。就虽然我们之前德杯跟常规赛赢了他们，但是我们每一场比赛都看下来，就滔博每一场比赛我们都看了，我觉得他们现在是打得特别的好，所以我觉得我们是。会非常谨慎对待他们吧，不能够有什么之前赢过就轻敌这种心态吧。我觉得他们应该是很强劲的对手。
大家都是有备而来的。那决赛的序幕马上就要拉开了，赛前给大家打个气，加个油。
希望我们 AL 5支都好好发挥吧，今天加油。
好，期待这场精彩的决赛 BO5，一会儿见。
Well, nice to hear from those players. Sadly, I can't translate it for you, but if there's anyone that speaks Mandarin in chat, please let us know what was said, because it's cool to hear from our players, isn't it? Hey, Spirits Maker, thank you so much for the stream streak. And for those of you who are watching, whether that is on my own channels or on Onivia as well, who is restreaming this, I hope that you've enjoyed our LPL coverage so far. It has been very, very special to, you know, keep up with the LPL. You know, I've put a good chunk of my life into LPL now. I've been casting there since 2023, and the schedule means that this year, if I keep up at the rate which I'm doing, I'm going to blast through 1,000 LPL, my 1,000th LPL game this year. So it's very special to me to be able to watch the LPL and bring it to you like this, and do a bit of that storytelling as well, because I feel like I'm one of the better placed individuals to tell you about these players and these teams. In terms of playstyle, you know, both these teams are strategically deep. I think that their early game mastery is going to be something to really watch in this series. I think that Tarzan and Kanavi, very, very good at getting a win condition enabled throughout the first couple of clears. Hey, Mafadwa, great to see you. What is the expectation going in? Who is the favorite and what is your prediction? So Anyone's Legend have played against Top Esports in best of fives twice in the last 2 months. It was Demacia Cup and then in the regular season, and they did beat them twice. So I don't think it is right to call, and Anyone's Legend did go through the upper bracket, so I think Anyone's Legend do qualify as favorites. However, given the lower bracket run, beating BLG and then beating JDG in good fashion yesterday as well, 2 days ago as well, I think that Top Esports, for me, I think they come in as favorites to me. You know, I think it could be a 3-1 to Top Esports. I think that their laners are stronger, and I think their lane swaps are looking really good right now. Also, I think, well, all of this goes through as well, remember that it's not just the players on the Rift which are competing, particularly in Fearless with the drafting under such a microscope. We have Hom versus Tabe, two of the greatest LPL coaches, two of the greatest coaches of all time, playing off against each other off the Rift. That is incredibly important here. It's incredibly important here. Tabe is going to expose Cream's champion pool. Well, I thought that would happen in BLG's series. I thought that would happen in JDG's series. And you're absolutely right. I had worries about Cream's champion pool, but I don't know whether that's true anymore. I don't know whether that's true. I mean, yes, there've been a couple of games where I've been like, well, that wasn't great, but you know, he's had 4 or 5 champions which are game carrying standard, and he's looked fantastic at it. I mean, Cream, yeah, he has a smaller champion pool, but he's made it work. He's made it work. He has gone through Rookie. He has gone through Dernby. He's gone through Scout. He's gone through Knight, and now he'll be going up against Shanks here. Yeah, we'll make sure we have a good countdown for this. Let's go. LPL Finals in just a few seconds. Our Noxian splits ending very sorely. And thank you, Kata. That's a very kind thing to say. only watching the LPL because of me? Ugh, you know how to flatter. Pink flowers? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. The LPL team sure know how to put on a show. LPL finals. Anyone's legend, a team which no one thought would be here. With that brand value, with that name, a team that's never made finals before. Top esports, more familiar to the crowd. They have a Mordekaiser hammer and everything, are you kidding me? Oh man, LPL openings, man. Pretty damn good, aren't they?
萨恩乌祖尔之锤划破长空，欢
We
迎来
shall
到
welcome
洛
our
克萨
teams
斯
to the stage. That's
此
our
刻战锤
trophy?
化作决赛
Are
之
you
巅的
kidding
优
me?
胜者纪念，等待英雄加冕。
Is that
攻
our
守队内
trophy?
胜志不懈，战斗一触即发。
That
让我
is
们用最
awesome.
热烈的欢呼声与掌声，有请2025 LPL 第一赛段决赛的参赛队伍登场。
Who's on blue side for game one? I believe it's anyone's
Top
legend as they went through the upper bracket.
上单
Top
369
esports entering the stage first, making the lower bracket run. They were second out of the group that their opponents face as the cameraman gets a fist bump. You get that. That's great. Oh, cameraman. I love this, man. What do you mean the cameraman's giving the last fist bump to them? Wait. Oh, man. Cream. It's not it. Get out of the way of the damn players, cameraman. I can't believe this. Thank you, Marius. Thank you, it's a very kind thing to say. Oh, Top Esports won blue side, they won the coin flip. Oh! I thought that upper bracket had side choice for game one. That's okay. In that case, I'm completely wrong, folks. Top Esports got blue side according to one of our chatters in Twitch chat.
欢迎 Anyone's Legend 上单 Flandre。
Okay, let's see if this cameraman does the same thing. You also going for the fist bumps? Oh, Flandre, the neck.
打野 Tarzan。
The neck slit. Man, Flandre, in his first finals for a while. For a long time, actually. Flandre's not been in finals for a while. Didn't make it last year, of course. But an old god, one of the oldest gods of top lane across the world and in League of Legends. Looks like Anyone's Legend have preferred their entrance game a little bit more than Top Esports.
辅助 Kill。
Kyle. He's been a player with a lot behind him as well. Coming over from the LCK, we knew he was good in the LCK, and in the LPL, he has absolutely proven his worth. Okay, folks. We are seated. We are seated for LPL Finals.
现场以及屏幕前的各位召唤师们，欢迎来到2025 LPL 第一赛段决赛的现场。今天我们即将在这里共同见证 TES 与 AL 书写他们的巅峰故事。这里是古城西安，千年的历史风韵与今朝的电竞热血在这里交相辉映。大雁塔巍峨耸立，曲江水蜿蜒连绵。每一块青砖，每一滴流水，都见证了无数英豪的辉煌篇章。 而今天我们也即将在这里共同去看见 TES 与 AL 在这里去书写属于他们的故事，期待第赛段的优胜者在曲江诞生。比赛即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Well, folks, let's get ourselves ready for some good old League of Legends. The last fearless series of LPL for this split as they go in towards first stand as our first big tournament of the year. A lot riding on this. To be the first representative of the LPL at first stand at this new international event means an awful lot for both of these teams. There are 4 players which have never won a title here between the 10 players total. Tarzan being one of them. Shanks, Kyle, Cream on the other side. Actually, did Kyle win a tournament? Actually, Kyle might have won that. I actually, that one might be me misspeaking, but I know the other ones have. Crazy that Tarzan hasn't won a title. You are... I completely agree. Completely agree. Completely agree. There is something very special about finals like this, though, as we inch our way closer towards Champion Select. Well, folks, if you're just tuning in now and you don't know who I am, my name is Nymaera. I have cast the LPL for 3 years. I have cast over almost 1,000 games of LPL, and I consider myself one of the foremost experts on the region in the world. I'm also a big enjoyer of the region, and I have cast the last 4 finals, including this one now. This split, myself and my brother Initialise, who's sadly not here today, he's off in the UK, casting Caedrel's Los Returnes in the NLC. We have covered the LPL just between the two of us, basically, and it has been an awesome split to watch. No longer is it a one-team region, no longer are we without a sense of competition. We're going into our first game draft. Top Esports won the coin flipped and are on blue side. Our bans have come through very thick and fast, and immediately you see some of the dive combos being released, being banned away. On the other side, Kalista, Skarner, Rumble, all acceptable red side bans. It does leave open stuff like the Jace, which is so lane dominant, has been the dominant top lane pick for the grand majority of this split. What do we have on the other side? Kyle, one of his best champions is that Leona. Very quick champion select coming through as the Nidalee taken by Tarzan. Both these players incredible at it. And the thing is, once the dive combos are out of the way, the Nidalee does feel safer. However, there is still a Vi Ahri. It might not have an Ambassador and Kai'Sa on top of it, but I think that Top Esports are very happy playing against that Nidalee with the ability to just chuck your ultimate setup and try and force her out. However, both sides, good engage now. Shanks going towards his Yone. It's Cream's most played, it's one of Shank's most successful as well. Remember, each player can only play, well, each team can only play these teams once, and that bans it away from the other team too. So we won't be seeing Cream Yone, we won't be seeing Knavi, Nidalee, or Tarzan Vi. Very important to see these high-profile picks being contested like this. Both teams very aggressive in the draft so far. So second round, we yet to have AD carries, we yet to have support from Top Esports and top lane from anyone's Legend. So what do you do into the Jace? You can pick something like the K'Sante if you particularly want. Are we really giving Yone to Shanks? The man hasn't ever had a bad Yone game. That is a worry. But then you could say, are we giving 369 Jace? He's had a fantastic series so far. Fantastic split so far, rather. This is the problem with when you're playing high-level League of Legends against teams the caliber of these two. You have to give something up. You could have given over an Aurora. That was powerful as well. 80 carries being banned out across the board now. Do we go for something like a Jhin for follow-up? Anyone's Legend. They have CC in that Leona and the Yone as well. Wukong top lane has been a thing into that Jace. So you might raise your eyebrow at it. Flandre could have well picked it out there. We've only seen the 2 games of it in the LPL so far, and it is that Jhin coming through. Taken away from Jackulov. There's no hyper tank on Top Esports yet, and we know exactly what Jhin can do in laning phase. However, speaking of laning phases, JDG got blown out, and I believe it was game 2 of their series versus Top Esports by Jackulov going onto the Misfortune alongside Crisp on Nico, destroying a Kalista lane. Poor Pays could not play through that, sadly. And just completely ran the game through laning phase. Last pick. Needs a little bit more CC. You're probably looking at a Rel. Maybe you could go for the Braum if you want to go for utter lane dominance, but you might just get lane swapped away from. Expecting something like that Rel for Chris. Poppy instead. Good laning phase answer. Good roaming. Good wallbang potential as well. And it does come through, so Chris goes through onto the Poppy for the first game of finals. Last pick towards anyone's legend. They hovered over the Wukong top for Flandre just before this point. You have a good dive comp, the Jhin following up as well. The Wukong would go into this pretty well. Wukong's not bad versus Jace. You can, you know, jump onto him at level 1 and even win those kind of trades with your attack speed with the E start. Not good into the Poppy though, I'll say. So if you go into Crisp, that could be very, very powerful, very painful rather. 4 dash champions technically from anyone's legends against Crisp support. Both very, very aggressive compositions. Mid-jungle combination from top esports, Kanavi and Cream. Vi Ahri can absolutely pick off the Nidalee, the Yone, the Jhin, anyone really. The Misfortune doesn't have the best CC to layer down with, so we'll need to prove that this pick is worth it through laning phase dominance. However, Hope and Kyle have been on such exemplary form, that is not a given. The Jhin Leona, strong, powerful CC combo. Strong, powerful. That's how you know it's really strong, folks. That's how you know it is. And folks, thank you for joining me in what promises to be an incredible show-off between these two teams. Yes, top esports have lost the 2 times that they have played against anyone's legend in best of 5s in the last 3 months, I want to say. Doesn't mean it has to stay that same today, though. Anyone's legend came through the upper bracket. Top esports through an incredible lower bracket run. For me, actually gives me more hope in top esports. They've gone through some truly legendary teams as we get ourselves ever closer towards that rift. Cream on the Snow Moon Ahri, his skin of choice. Shanks on the Ocean Song Yone. Nice to see them put their favorite Sunday dress on. It's on a Saturday, doesn't feel completely right there. Aggressive drafts. Great ability to skirmish, great ability to team fight, and our first game of LPL Finals is underway. See how the crowd feels about it. Oh, that's loud. Both crowds turning up today. Of course they are. It's a finals. It's a special occasion. It always is, folks. We also have Kanavi again. You're absolutely right. We have Kanavi. We have Cream Ahri. A champion which I have to say, look, folks, in case you are less familiar with me, I am an Ahri main. I have been advocating for certain Ahri builds in pro play for a long time. I have 2 million points. Cream's Ahri has been good historically, but this split has left a little bit to be desired in terms of snowballing and actually carrying games. The fan vote, massively in favor of top esports. 369 puts the ward down and spots the lane swap coming. So, lane swap initiated by anyone's legend. Walking up in towards this top side. Ward's put down. Kanavi wanting to start on this buff, but I don't know if you're safe to do this. This duo can threaten you off with this buff. Wanted to see if he could sneak away a camp, because the point of this is, right, that when you are playing weak side, you don't get access to this quadrant. This quadrant is not yours anymore. So what you need to do is try and get a camp away from this, and then walk over to your safe camps before anything bad happens. However, on the other side, Nidalee's actually started on this too, so it becomes a bit of a moot point. Nidalee can go from bot side over to top side. See what Vi wants to do here. What is Vi going to do? Just go straight towards Raptors, trying to skirt some vision maybe. Could be invading onto blue buff. Oh, this is good. This is good now. So we're going to get an early invade. Only level 2 on the Vi. 369 roaming over in the lane swap scenario. Tarzan spot out and jumped onto. Going to get traded onto by the Jace. And that means that the Nidalee loses their blue buff for now. As a dive potentially coming through onto Flandre too. Crisp used that wall stun. Takes a tower shot. Is Tarzan going to go for a smite fight? It's only a level 2 Vi. Going to get close to it. Spear lands! But he doesn't get the smite! The flash comes through and Tarzan plays a gambit with summoners at the level 2 mark and loses to Kanavi. If you'd gotten that, could have powered ahead in that jungle matchup. So important to get early farm over your opponent, and also to punish the enemy Vi when they're only at the level 2. Really, you need level 3. It's a thing which I speak about with Gilius quite a lot, and I will dominate. They absolutely love playing towards, you know, invading Vi level 1, level 2. Come on. Thank you for being here. I only cast these games because you guys are here as well. Look at this. 600 smite. He flashes in. Just doesn't quite get the timing. Needed the flash in range for the smite. Didn't quite secure the buff though. So, Kanavi getting away with a better early game than you expect. So what we have now is bot lane's surviving until level 2, level 3. That's important. I don't think the Jhin Leona actually wants to play against the Misfortune early on in lane. The Misfortune very, very strong, particularly from Jaculov as well. Chris and Jaculov switching away though. For those of you who didn't watch Top Esports versus JDG, this is exactly what they did on Jinx Lulu versus Draven Nautilus. I realize there's a bit of an audio desync issue right now, folks, so I'm just going to go refresh the stream while there's no action happening. And hopefully that'll fix ourselves the audio as well. And there we go. Nice. That seems to be working for us. Might skip ahead a second or two. Like that. Does tend to happen as Flandre jumped onto. Should be safe. Wallbang not going to come through. Flashes out from under the turret. Chris committing both summoners for the one of Flandre. Shanks getting traded on heavily by Cream. This is one of the bonuses of Ahri versus Yone. You do have good control over the early matchup with your runes, particularly the electrocute, helping you in the early levels. 3-6 now left alone under tower. Has pots, has Chris, has cookies, but does not have enough HP. Or am I lying? He goes forwards. It's going to be a death, sadly, for him all the same. Pops as many regen as he can, but he just can't get the outplay. Vi on top side goes into the steadfast presence, and Flandre has no flash and no HP as well. A trade in dive targets. Both top laners going down. A kill over towards the AD carry of anyone's legend, and the support of Top Esports. 1 for 1 in those kills. And already you can tell how strategic these early games are. Trying to avoid certain lanes. Trying to get the certain amount out of these top lane matchups as well. Cream doing his best in the individual 1v1 here to keep Shanks from being able to push out and put vision down. That helps Kanavi move across the map. Shanks on the Ernie though. I mean, similar things happened between him and Scout, where it looked like the game was pretty... Oh no, it was Cream. No, it was Cream, thinking about it. No, it was that. Where basically, you know, you get to a certain point where the early lane dominance falls off from the Ahri. And the Ernie hits level 6, hits like 1 to 2 items, and just one-shots the Ahri. So you need to be very careful as the Ahri to not get lazy in the matchup. If he starts flinging his unbound soul at you, things go pretty poorly after that point. So, really important thing to note here, folks. Tarzan is only slightly ahead of Kanavi. That should not be happening Vi versus Nidalee. Really well played from 369 and Kanavi in the lane swap to go into that enemy jungle quadrant and secure that extra buff. Because, you know, Vi does tend to fall behind a camp or two. Okay, we have Grub spawning now. Both bot lanes on top side, Tarzan up here as well. Kanavi down a level. Skip to camp or two to start these up, and he wants to get the first grub done before Tarzan comes over. Can Kyle go in? That's a great step-back presence from Chris. It means that the combo can't really come through from the Nidalee. Oh, first grub goes over, and Kanavi doesn't have to smite. That's important, because now, hang on, you don't have step-back presence, Chris, but you got to be careful. He doesn't have the flash either, and he also won't have a life. Hope, getting through those shots, will take down the Poppy as he tries to go and support the grub take. Kanavi still does have smite, though, and manages to get 2 of those away. Chris gives his life a little easily, maybe. But still, good play from Kanavi to get the 2 grubs there, importantly so. Particularly because it felt like with the way that the wave was pushed in the jungle matchup, Kanavi shouldn't have had access to maybe even any of those grubs. Chooses to go quickly onto them and goes away with 2. Tarzan picks up 1. 2 kills onto Hope, though, and an ult pulled, missing the shots. Does mean that Jaculov will be... I said he's safe. Is he safe after all? Goes for the flash forward, but can't quite kill. Jaculov panic cleanse. Gets himself out alive. God, Hope really wanting to force the issue. E forward from Chris. Kanavi doesn't have level 6 yet. Flandre going forwards with his own Cyclone popped. Is there a flash from 369? Yes, and he is forced to use it and will die all the same. Flandre, no summoner, makes the Wukong top lane work. 369 goes down as AL look for more skirmishes. Cream, Spirit rushing forwards. Kyle, also no flash. These summoners have been used so effectively, but they are not available now. Yone whips the ult as it's flashed away from him, and Cream starts to reset. Can he get another? Flandre gets a heal from the Nidalee and stays alive. There will be no extra Spirit Rush charge coming through from Cream as Pandemonium breaks loose in the early game between Top Esports and Anyone's Legend. 5 kills in 8 minutes. Crisp. Just sees Tarzan over the wall. That clutch heal from Nidalee stops Cream from getting another kill. Onto that as a going forwards. Another heal from the Nidalee. It's Primal Surge. Chris needs to be careful. Doesn't have enough mana for anything else at this point. He doesn't have flash, but Kanavi is around the corner. Kanavi is trying to help out, but he doesn't have his ult, and now he might have just been baited in by Chris. 369 has come back to the play, but Hope is back and is stronger. A third kill for the Jhin. Hope, in his first final since 2022 summer, is off to the races. Another spear lands in 369. Be lucky to get away with this one alive. Tanking the turret shots, though. No mana on Kyle. Call me a liar. 369 survives the play, but Anyone's Legend walk away from the chaos, I think, really far ahead of where they should be at this moment in time. Their Jhin is absolutely monstrous now. 369 jumps onto Flandre, but a minion dies. He hits level 6, jumps towards again, not realizing that, runs out of mana. Cyclone comes through. Wukong top at that level 6 mark. For those of you who didn't play in 2020 or see the pro level at that point, yeah, you'll know how powerful this champion is. That Wukong getting ahead, that is scary. An extra damage source, and not one which Top Esports really wanted to be dealing with at this point. I thought this play was going to go much better, though, I have to say. Even in technically a misnumbered fight. Cream gets the resets. Pushes him out of the Q2. Bit of a mistake there from Chris. Pushes him out of the backswing of the Q. That might have been enough to kill. I think with Ari with another Spirit Rush charge, could have been able to get that on target. Didn't get the wall stun either. Oh, it's Crisp. Baits his team in afterwards. Shanks has got flash, has ult coming up in a few seconds and wants to buy time for it. That's why he's not flashing right now. Uses that Q3, but is ulted all the same. Flashes. Is he going to have to ult? He's E'd backwards. Shanks, what are you doing, my son? Goes down, but here comes Flandre. He was buying time for a Cyclone, and Kyle comes in. It is all on Flandre's damage, though. Gets one and has used up the Cyclone. Kanavi not going to get hit up, but here comes the artillery. A shot from the orbital laser. Jhin gets himself involved. Shanks dies in a bit of an awkward scenario, but Anyone's Legend come out again better in these early plays. They are turning up to the fight in more numbers and in more force. With this amount of kills, folks, we might be on track for a ruinous Atakan in our first game of finals. Before this came in, I was saying, hey, you know, Top Esports, maybe we have to view them as favorites, coming in and blasting JDG, beating JDG in the lower bracket finals as well. AL have beaten Top Esports in both their best of 5s against them in this split, if you include the Masia Cup, and they went through the upper bracket. Yeah, Shanks knows he's not getting out alive from this, but knows as long as he gets a bit of damage, he can get the good work done. Flandre doesn't get stopped by the Steadfast presence, gets a double Cyclone, reduces that Q cooldown for each tick of it as well. Jhin comes through with a little bit extra damage, and despite the early lane swapping seemingly working out in favor of particularly Kanavi, Anyone's Legend get themselves a lot of good kills. The gold's not that far apart. I still think that Kanavi on an individual level has gotten good value for himself, but at this point you can see that 369 is not going to be enjoying himself that much. Is that Kyle from LCK Live Sandbox? Yes, it is. Kyle, this is the very same Kyle that you will know from the LCK. Came over last year towards Anyone's Legend. He was part of this big, audacious project from Anyone's Legend. Brought in Croco and Kyle. Brought in Shanks and Hope. Brought in Arlo initially first. And then in summer they brought in Tabe. And then this year, Tarzan completed the puzzle. It really felt like that was the kingmaker. Tarzan always is the kingmaker for teams. 1-0 and 3. Not ahead in gold, but in terms of his impact, this split has been second to none in terms of junglers. I think Tarzan has had the best split of any jungler. And the combination of Tarzan and Tabe, jungler on the Rift, coach off the Rift, has been absolutely superb. Can say the same for Top Esports. Kanavi and Hom reuniting again. 369, of course, part of that trio, and their win rate, Kanavi, Hom, 369, between Top Esports and JDG, has been absolutely absurd. Now, I think that one thing, if you were to take away anything from either of these teams going towards first stand, is how important that combination of player and coach is. You can't just view in the LPL players alone all the time. Tabe, we know his impact. He's been on RNG, he's been on BLG, Anyone's Legend here as well. One of the most famous coaches across the world. Hom in a similar way, back on those Samsung teams back in 2014. One of the all-time greats of the coaching role. First use that W to stop out the Zenith Blade. No objectives up and about just yet. First items coming through. It's a Shiv coming through from Hope. Wants to have that push and roam potential, which makes sense. There's not that much wave clear from Anyone's Legend. Shanks has to commit his body to the play. Cream down. Decent amount of XP now to Shanks as well. Haven't really seen Cream have much agency in that game. Really was that bot lane skirmish. If you'd gotten another kill participation from that play, maybe we have a different conversation about that. He has the Dark Seal, which, folks, if you're an Ahri main, Dark Seal is your best friend. You should be aware of this. 1 stack on that already. If he gets another good fight, maybe we'll have another chat about things, because the Ahri can be very, very nasty. Jackalove with the Bloodthirster can walk up and take a turret shot. The Jhin doesn't have that kind of lane dominance, really. Jackalove, sadly for him, has had to watch Hope get ridiculously fed from a bunch of other happenings. Kyle going up again, level 6 for both supports. This time there's no fast presence because he is stunned and he is dead. Jackalove coming through, but have AL overcommitted? No, maybe they haven't. Jackalove uses the cleanse. Is that going to be enough? 1 for none right now. Hope securing the retreat. His top laners don't enter the fray. Jackalove really throwing his body into the fray. I think it was a good angle for a bullet time. Kyle gets charmed up, and here comes the bullet time. Not the best. Cream doesn't hit the Q after the charm, and Kyle will walk out alive. Tarzan being the battlefield medic as well. Cream, does he want to commit anything else forwards? Does have a flash. Could potentially set up for something. AL forced away. And folks, my oh my, it is a day for blood. Ruinous Atakan for our first game of finals. Enough blood has spilled that the extra form has been brought onto the Rift. We won't have the GA version of the Atakan. We will have the blood pedals. We will have the ability to get an extra 25% value from your neutral objectives. So, top esports, with 5 grubs, if they were to get the Ruinous Atakan, would more likely be playing with 6.5 or so. It is a huge buff, and also buffs up your dragons too. Of course, when you kill it, you get the blood petal, kind of the meadow almost at that point. And remember, they give you experience and they give you adaptive force. That could be very important. Last time we saw it was Anyone's Legend versus NIP, I believe, is the last time that we had it, potentially. I'm trying to remember if we had it in any of the other lower bracket games. Probably did, actually. Anyway, we've had it a couple of times here in the LPL, because on patch 15.4, you do get a little bit more likelihood in pro play to get that Ruinous Atakan. But, well, that's just the LPL finals for you, isn't it? Both teams swinging for the fences, aggressive team compositions. I have to say, a lot of that blood spilled has been, sadly, poor Crisp on the Poppy. I thought his early plays were pretty good, but now he's a 1-3-1. Kyle largely having the better impact as a support, and every time you're caught out, the follow-up from Anyone's Legend is very long range. You have the Jhin W, you have Leon will be able to catch you from anywhere on the map. Shanks, you need to be a little careful here. Ult dodged out on. Cream not going to get caught by that. Shanks walking forwards again. I think Shanks was just, Cream rather, was a little bit afraid that Shanks had backup, and he was on the weak side of the map. Going to jump forwards again, using that Malignance. Gets a good trade. Shanks hits level 11 after he casts his ultimate, sadly, so has the longer cooldown and the less damage on that one. Cream versus Shanks, important matchup for this one, folks. There is no Dernby, Scout, Rookie, Knight in this finals. It is Cream versus Shanks. They are the newest class of LPL mid laners to kind of broach the elite. I know I say that they're the newest. They've been around for a while now, but it is such a long climb to get towards the top as an LPL mid laner. You know, Xiaohu was out there for many years too. Herald started up both those mid laners without their ultimates for this play. Kanavi not at level 11. Ahead in terms of XP compared to Tarzan though, so actually talking out of my arse there. Herald started up. Kyle trying to play blocker, and here comes Chris. Doesn't land the altar, but does get the wall stun. Will that be enough? Kyle's going to go down, and the bullet time is absolutely shredding them. Kyle will go down, and Top Esports walk away with the fight. 369 punch Shanks backwards as he will get out alive, but Anyone's Legend run into the full force of Jackalove's MF. Playing from unorthodox angles, knows that the CC is out of place, and the Misfortune brings down the artillery. Top Esports will lose the Herald, but I don't think they'll be particularly caring about it after that. They'll head towards the Dragon, even that up. And Anyone's Legend will go back to base and lick their wounds a little. Does Kanavi have a wide pool, or why are they playing this two junglers in a single game? Does this mean about the Poppy support? Typically, the Poppy's been played in support, in case you're worried about that. Also, folks, now for speaking of Kanavi, very important historical matchup in the jungle too. This is one of the wonderful things about finals. You get a lot of these kind of confrontations coming through. Kanavi was the substitute on Griffin that Tarzan almost ran the world with. Both these players made their name a little, well, through that organization initially, and then Kanavi went off to go join JDG in 2020, and boy, what a career he's had. Flandre's going to take this bot lane out of turret. Doing well on the Wukong top, actually. He will be a secondary damage threat, I suppose. Poppy ult misses, but it splits the team. That's the important thing. And what a wonderful Vial. Into the bullet time. I love how Jacula positions here on the Misfortune. Knows that the CC is out of place. No one is there to shut him down. You've got to be so careful about that Misfortune. The fact that he's flanking on the Misfortune and making it work is absolutely insane to me, but that's just Jacula things, folks. One of the best AD carries of all time. In very good form right now. Who is considered the best player on anyone's Legend right now? Well, there's a conversation between some, I suppose, but I think largely the opinion goes towards Tarzan. Tarzan, the macro maestro, rather. His early game pathing normally so important, but he is against Kanavi, a player who was understudy to him. Tarzan and Tabe, the coach off the Rift, so impactful in this split in terms of their strategy on and off the Rift. Got a feel now at this point, with a slight gold lead, even with the kill disadvantage, top esports are coming into their own. Cream, 3 stacks on the Dark Seal. Maybe going towards a Zonya's second item. Oh, probably Shadow Flame, actually. For me, yeah, Shadow Flame would be good here. Either way, has options for both. Depends how safe he wants to play it. Side lanes, I thought would be winning harder for anyone's Legend. Shanks, though, actually being out-traded consistently by Cream. And Flandre, yes, he did get himself that solo kill onto 369. Hasn't necessarily been able to pull ahead in a game-breaking way. So, anyone's Legend, falling behind the curve slightly. What do? What is the plan? They have the Nidalee, which is falling off. The Nidalee being 1,000 gold behind Kanavi is a big issue. That's a big issue. Bullet time used to stop the tower push, which makes sense. Want to make sure that tower is as high HP as possible because there is a Herald on the other side. Anything you can do to stop chip damage onto your mid lane out of turret means it's much more likely to survive the actual Herald charge itself. Okay, game slows down. Ruinous Atacama has spawned, so the damage is done in terms of the bloodiness. Crisp has had a game of highs and lows so far. Good wall stun on that last play, did definitely set top esports up. That has been, look, I will say, Crisp, coming off of Weibo in the last year or two of play, has had concerns about him. He's a player which was very inconsistent. When we talked about Weibo being consistently inconsistent over the last few years, a lot of it is due to this man on support, Crisp. Some incredible highs, some disastrous lows. This split on top esports has been his most consistent, most high-level performance I've seen for a long time, though. I think he's been fantastic. This game, conversations to be had, probably. Don't think his team is completely happy with the way he's been playing everything. But hey, beggars can't be choosers. Well, they're not even beggars. Whatever. Crisp's been good. Pushing towards mid lane now. Really good full court press from top esports to push in multiple lanes. Group up into this mid lane and potentially use their 5 grubs to do something about this tower. There's going to be a bit of wave play coming through. That Shiv from Jin will help a little bit out with that. The trap will as well. Flunder off on the side. Is there a flank or an engage to be happening from anyone's Legend? Dragon coming up in a minute. And Herald is now counter-used in the mid lane to stop this push. No cross map available from top esports and side lane. Some spears starting to land. We've seen a couple land and they are kind of painful because it's still a Nidalee. This Herald will be able to push into mid lane, but it's not going to kill the full tower completely. They're not going to be able to hit the eye. Smite comes through. The Herald lives anyway. Takes a chunk out of that mid lane turret. Does live though, and top esports will have that platform to play around. Christmas looks good playing around Leona. True, yeah, for sure. For the most part, for sure. Problem is when you get within Q range and get hit by an ult, your steadfast presence feels a lot worse at that point. Turns out you can't cast that when you're already stunned. Nasty, nasty. Dragon up in 20 seconds. The mid lane push, very important to this, because what you tend to do is you walk through mid lane and then into the dragon. You walk through mid lane and go into that. So you want to be pushing mid lane. It gives you the better angle to go towards objectives. Crisp is caught out again. Flandre jumps onto him. And here comes Kanavi, goes straight onto the Wukong, who has no clone. Was Crisp baiting, or was he just very fortunate? Either one works out. Q hits, and Cream goes forwards. Tarzan lives on a sliver of HP, but that's all he needs. The gold doesn't go over, but anyone's Legend once again losing out in the scrappy fights. Jacula will walk up and take the turret. Cream goes forwards and is lucky to survive. Hope, is he going to ult backwards? No, he's not. 2 for none. Top lane and support go down from anyone's Legend as top esports look to go forwards. Shots landing. But 369 threatens to cancel onto the ultimate. Good guarding by 369 to make sure his team is safe. 369 will find Shanks and Tarzan, but he's tanky now. It's not the full tank build, it's more bruiser nowadays, but the HP definitely helps. Is anyone coming in? Flandre can teleport, and he has Cyclone. They need to finish this, need to get the hell out. But with the timing they have, they'll get it. Flandre. If they could have delayed that dragon a little longer, could have got himself a big Cyclone. We'd praise the top lane Wukong for much of this early game. Sadly, not been able to make those fight-determining moves. Crisp. We talked about his inconsistencies here. Gets a great W onto the clone. Stuns him up a little bit, and that allows Kanavi to fly over the wall. Another great bullet time. There isn't that much CC to combo up with the Misfortune, but serious credit to Jackalov for timing that right back towards the Atakan. Tarzan used that stasis in the picture-in-picture. Remember that this Atakan attacks differently. You kill it, you get that neutral objective bonuses. Kanavi going in. Are we going to see a smite fight? Big damage coming through. The bullet time is once again top draw. Jackalov absolutely slaughters them with the bullet time, and a triple kill comes in for the AD carry. Cream will die as an unfortunate aftertaste for Top Esports, but Top Esports walk away with a ton of kills. They'll go back and they'll get themselves the roses around the Atakan kill. Anyone's legend. Losing out on the fights again. You know what? I didn't even see who got the damn smite. Who got the damn Atakan? You don't get to tell with a GA. It went down, and of course, by losing the fight afterwards, Top Esports will get themselves a lot of those flowers. But Jackalov's bullet times are absolutely insane. Tarzan got himself the smite. It does mean that we're not going to get ourselves, you know, that basically over 6 scrubs push from Top Esports. Does mean that any dragons will be more powerful by anyone's legend later into the game. Jackalov's Misfortune, though, has been the story of this game. Jungle lead 2 from Kanavi. I think Kanavi's had an excellent Vi game. Kanavi and Jackalov, the 2 players I highlighted from this team, comboing up in magnificent fashion. Magnificent fashion. Look at this again. Kanavi manages to get himself on a good play. Kanavi goes in for the for the big ultimate just after the C. But Jackalov is sat on the angle. You have a choice. You go for the Misfortune or you go for the rest of the team. Most of the time, that's a bad thing. But Jackalov has judged the amount of cooldowns left and made it out. Made it out like a bandit in all of these fights so far. 5-0-4. Essence Reaver and Infinity Edge. It's a good crit chance, and the crit damage is even further up there as well. Incredible game from the Misfortune so far. Despite the fact that Hope had the early lead, hasn't managed to cut down Jackalov's impact on the game. Folks, if you know a better Misfortune in the world right now, you let me know. Because I think Jackalov is shortlisted for it. Maybe he's over-prioritized the pick at some points, but God, what an impact this guy has. Someone in chat is a better Misfortune player. Well, I'll enjoy seeing you at first stand then. You let us know how that goes. Oh God, we like to have a laugh here or two. Worth noting, of course, at the top of the screen, the Blood Roses make a lot of difference here. Cream, hang on a second, Hope's over the wall. Charm misses from Cream. Kyle is not nearly as tanky as he'd like to be, especially from the flat magic pen build of Cream. You get hit by Charm, this Leona is going to die. Cream has a great ability to run this game now. I like what he's done here as well. If you know you only need 1 stasis, you just buy the Seeker's Arm Guard. Shadow Flame Malignance gives you great flat pan. As soon as that burning field, the miasma is on the floor, the Shadow Flame starts getting even more value. It's flat pan on top of flat pan. If they're below a certain amount of HP, the miasma will also start critting as well for an extra 20% damage from Shadow Flame. Cream shows himself in a side lane. Tarzan, not spotted yet. Cream does have flash, does have ult. Doesn't have to throw either just yet. Will have to ult at some point, but ult straight into the captive audience. Cream will have to flash and ult. Uses that steadfast presence as well. Does Chris to stop Kyle going straight onto Cream too. It's a flash, an ult, and an item out of Cream. Won't be able to use that arm guard again. And luckily for anyone's legend, there's no big counterpunch. There's no cross map, really, laying in wait. Fantastic that they managed to get them out, I suppose. The Jin W, fantastic from Hope. Predicts the ult backwards. Cream, a little bit telegraphed on that. Hope has had such a good split too, by the way, folks. Incredible performance from this AD carry, who, last time he was in a finals, beat Jackalov in a 5-game series. Top Esports versus JDG. God, what a series that was. If you didn't go to see 2022 Summit, that was the stuff of legends. 10,000 damage team fights between Zeri and Sivir in those late games. Going towards bot lane. Bait brush again. Not able to get that much. Kanavi very, very strong at level 15. Charm over the wall onto Hope and no follow-up. Can't quite get the most out of that one. And Wallstone comes through, but is it going to be that much? This time the bullet time is cancelled, but do you have the stats? Cream goes to bail out his AD carry, and Flandre makes it out. Important that he gets the summoners away from Jaculov, though. That's the first time anyone has been able to deal with this most misfortune in team fights. Maybe that is a platform which anyone's Legend can play off of now. For the first time, that bullet time will not be held over their necks. Push up of mid lane, though. Anyone's Legend could go towards the dragon, but they've lost the inside track towards mid lane. They'll be losing the inner turret. Will they lose much more than that? Staying for now. Top esports could threaten push onto the inhibitors, but they don't want to leave themselves out to dry too much when they push beyond their safe vision line. Shanks is going to be soloing out the dragon, so anyone's Legend will get themselves the dragon. They'll lose themselves 2 turrets for this. An inner in mid lane, an inner in top lane. Demolish helping. Kanavi. God, what a game he's had, by the way. We had some questions after... yeah, there's one awkward moment, I believe there was in the early game. Everything blurs together quite a lot after that point, so quite hard to tell sometimes. Ahead a level going into late game against the Nidalee. It does help that, of course, you have... For those of you that don't know, these are the bloody petals at the top. They do give you adaptive force and experience for the entire team. Having more than them, of course, helps you burst people out, but also helps you get that little bit further ahead too. Level 16 for Ahri, level 16 for Jace, and for Misfortune on the other side. Only the level 16 hit by Shanks so far for that 3rd tier ultimate. Those bloody petals do make a difference. Even if it's a small one, it can help you reach those breakpoints over time. Jhin has hit Infinity Edge, of course, did that a little while ago. Going towards what either seems to be Lord Dominate's Regards next up on the table. Anyone's Legend need to stop this bullet time. They need to stop the bullet time. That is the name of the game for them. Can they stop Jaculov having one of those great fights? Baron alive, no dragon, of course. Anyone's Legend with that extra mountain dragon. And of course, the ability to have an extra 25% on top of that from the Atakan definitely helps. Cream pushing at the mid lane. Look how it is all about. Wave push into the river. Wave push into the river. Make sure you're not going into a Leona in a brush. And the follow-up elsewhere. Need to be so careful with the setup. Cream full Zhonya's now. Has that stasis back available. Will definitely help us escape some of that CC combo. Using the Shock Blast to check out brushes. You do get a bit of vision on that as Kanavi goes forwards. Does have GA himself. He can afford to play a little bit more aggressively. Kyle doesn't have that much HP to use. Crisp is caught by the edge of the Solar Flare, but not beyond that. Kyle having a difficult game beyond the early game this time. Really feels like top esports have put a target onto this Leona's back and said, alright, you walk up, we gun you down. Jaculov, no summoners, remember. Very important, especially when the goal is stopping that bullet time. You don't have the Solar Flare, but still. Baron started. Recall's coming through. You can't recall like that, Jaculov. It's going down. Anyone's Legend have got themselves a vision. Blackout Cream coming from the top side. Kanavi is on red buff. Kanavi's not going to be here in time. That could be a huge mistake as Flandre goes on towards Cream and they peel off for the fight. This might buy enough time for the Vi to get into the play. Cream is probably going to die and will do so. The spear lands onto him, but the fight has happened. Was it a mistake to turn onto the Ahri? It may well have been, because it means that Kanavi comes to the play. He still has ultimate and hasn't had to use it so far, and will finally find the Jhin. The Jace goes with them. Shanks can't do enough. He does a massive amount of effort. Flandre can't take down Jaculov either, as top esports win the fight in a 5-for-3, despite the fact that their jungler was on red buff at the start of the Baron. Absolute scenes. Baron will go down to top esports. Jaculov does not die again. Building a GA up as his next item too. It'll be even harder to get down onto him. This fight starts with a great Baron start from Anyone's Legend. I think it is a mistake to go onto the Ahri. The Jhin W missing is crucial. It means they have to chase further. And Cream knows he's buying time, much like Shanks did in that bot lane play earlier when we thought he was dead. Just threw out a couple of abilities, bought time for Flandre to come in. Same thing happens here. Anyone's Legend, they spend too much time killing the Ahri, and they can't see off the rest of the play. Flash forward does not get what Tarzan wants in that one. Big jump forwards coming through from anyone's Legends. They try and close off a couple of plays. Shanks, good damage on this Yone. Of course it does at this point in the game. It's just not enough. You're fighting from too much of a deficit after you've wasted so much time and let the other team come into the play. Cream does die, yes, but he buys enough time to make it worthwhile. Onto the map now, Baron in hand. Top esports have it on 4 of their members. 369, the only unlucky child to not get a present at Christmas. But hey, whatever. He's still up in gold, still a 3.5 item Jace with a Muramana. Jackulov, very, very strong. That Guardian Angel means that even if you dive onto him now as the Wukong or whoever else, I don't think it matters now. The double GAs from Top esports, very, very nice. Allows Kanavi to play like an absolute psychopath and Jackulov like an absolute psychopath, and that's already the name of the game. They don't normally need an item to do that. No Infinity Edge from Shanks. God, if he could have got that Infinity Edge, maybe he can get himself a wombo combo which could see everything out. Poppy ult used to siege the turret. It's going to be held. It is. So it goes on the reduced cooldown, just using it to make sure that anyone's Legend don't go for a snap engage around that turret. Tower goes down, 5 grubs, Baron buff making short work of these objectives. Well, these towers, I suppose. They are the neutral objectives. Well, they're not. Team side of objectives. I'm yapping a bit now as Kanavi goes in and wants the talk to stop. Goes in, but does go down into his GA. That might have been too far. Kyle, can he get the last kill into Crisp? He will. 2 down. Kanavi hits the floor just after Crisp. Anyone's Legend, they do keep their AD carry alive, but has the HP bar difference made enough of a dent to end this game? Top esports, they have the GA still on Jackulov. Kanavi goes a little too deep. One of his worst engages this game, but still 2 inhibitors down. Now the ults start to come through. Shanks does not have ultimate, and Cream comes back. Has to go ping back into Z. Lucky to dodge out on that charm, but will do so. The 4th shot from Jin does not take down the Jace, and now that last-ditch effort from anyone's Legend might have put them further into the ditch. Cream gets the charm onto Hope. The Jin has to back off, and suddenly the towers are under threat. He has some extra lifesteal from the Vamp Scepter, but is it enough to save his goddamn turrets? Kyle trying to get some CC in. The teleport comes in. 369 with the wave dead. Top esports will finally back away, but that could have been the end of the game. Right there, right then. Cleanse forced out. Hope is alive. How many times have we used that line here as LPL casters? Far too many. But this time, it makes a hell of a lot of difference. Dragon is now available. What happens here? So we see a very deep dive coming in from Kanavi. Goes on to Shanks, gets an incredible CC combo. The bullet time cancelled out though. Kyle manages to get rid of that one importantly, so an extra couple of ticks and maybe Shanks goes down. Shanks on the Yone does have Infinity Edge now. Shanks is Yone. Something to be respected. One of his very best champions of all time. However, he is 2,500 gold down against Cream. Cream, who has had, I think, a revelation split for him. Last year, he was on Top esports, and we thought, okay, he's kind of the newer guy coming into a team with absolute veterans. He'd been playing for a couple of years, but it was a step up in terms of his teams he'd been on. Can he really hang with the top of the class? Answer was, sadly, no. No, he couldn't. At the top, at the international events, at the top of the LPL, he was blown out by players like Xiaohu and Scouts, and in international, he struggled too. Losing to players like Humanoid at MSI, he got really schooled on the international stage, but this time he has really learned and he's had impact. Zari, level 18. Does he want to jump forward and do something special? He has that stasis, of course, from the Zonyas. Shanks and Cream, the journey of development for these players has been so crucial to these team successes in this split. Flandre jumps forward, but is just caught by the Steadfast presence. Is he going to die? Yes, he will, because there's a bullet to the back. The monkey goes down. Shanks gets a combo, has the Infinity Edge, but he doesn't have the HP. Cream jumps forward, and Hope is down. Repeat, Hope is down. Anyone's Legend, hold on, but not for long enough. Top esports will take game 1 of the series in this finals. Top esports run away with the game. Lost a couple of early plays as some kills went against them. But realistically, this game, as soon as they hit their stride, as soon as Kanavi started finding those fantastic engages and Jackulov had the godlike bullet times, felt like this was all but over. Anyone's Legend fall in game 1. And we have ourselves our first steps onto the final stage. Welcome, folks. My name's Nymaera. I cast the LPL because I've cast it for 3 years now. You might have seen me on the official LPL broadcast a couple of years ago. That broadcast is gone now. But it doesn't mean you can't enjoy things here as well. Well. First game down. Anyone's Legend had some good plays. Felt like, really though, they couldn't cancel that bullet time out enough. They couldn't do that enough. Couldn't do it enough. So, folks, what do you think happens next game, folks? What do you think happens there? Anyone's Legend, not a team to let things go lowing down. They have themselves a 5-game series in the upper bracket to reach it to this point against JDG. Had a 5-game series against NIP as well. They do lose games. That is not in contention. Jack 11 Kanavi though, what an insane game from them. It's hard to out-strategy getting slapped in the face like that. Okay, folks. What I am going to do is I'm going to go put on a quick break. I'm going to go rest my voice quickly. I'm going to let you guys sit alone with the post-match breakdown and stuff like that for a bit, and I'll be back in just a second because I got to rest my voice and get another drink. Well, folks, on from game one. Did I miss a player of the game? I think I did, didn't I? How many kills did Kyle have in map one? I'm not sure. Oh, player of the game? Jackulov, right? Yeah, Jackulov was insane. What do you mean by no sound? For no game sound? Yeah, because they play music in the background, which gets us copyright struck. So we need to so for this, while we're out of game, we don't have that on. However, we do have it in game. We do have the clean feed. It's just that it gets copyright struck, which means that it loses a little bit of the monetization, which kind of sucks for big games like this, right? Man, incredible ults. Oh, Jackulov, what a player. He's had an insane split. His lower bracket run has been absolutely absurd. Jackulov, what a game from him. I mean, there's no arguing on that, right? Incredible game. I think Kanavi also putting a good name for himself. I missed most of game one. How was it? Well, had some fun early game. So Kanavi got stupidly far ahead in the jungle matchup eventually because of what happened in the first couple of clears of the game. Top Esports threw a load of kills to anyone's legend, but basically clawed their way back. I say clawed their way back. They fought back really hard with Misfortune ults. Jackulov, even with a low CC team composition, had multi 3-man Misfortune ults. It's really, really good. Everyone but... Yeah, there's one vote for jungle. Yeah, I mean, I think Kanavi had a great game too. It was one of the two. Yeah, but Jackulov's on a tear. He wants to go back to internationals, man. I mean, he was back there last year too, don't get me wrong, but... Yeah. When was the last time Jackulov was an LPL champion? 22 spring, right? Was it 22 spring? No, because in 22 spring he went to... No, 22 spring was... Oh, thank you, Harold, for the resub. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Reminder, folks, I'm streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, and I'm also being restreamed on Onivia as well. So, if you'd like to ask me questions in chat, I am around. I have to tab between all of them. What do you think about leaving Skarner and Kalista open on red side and handshake them? I think there are definitely some drafts like that which work out banana. I think there are definitely some games where you can play around that. Jackulov hasn't won since 2020, his first title in 5 years. Damn, that's insane. I was just thinking, hey, he's actually not won for a while. Someone made a joke on Twitter that LPL could send either of these teams to LPL and to first stand and no one would notice because they have the same jersey. That's hilarious, man. Well, see if AL can bounce back, I suppose. I really hope that Tarzan doesn't get blown out in another finals. But oh, I'd feel so bad if AL lost because of that. I think you can't do that for Skarner Callista. Yeah, I think Skarner breaks games in an unholy way. Skarner is very, very, very strong. We've only seen one game of Skarner in LPL. It's been banned all the others, I think. Well, and I can't remember if it was banned earlier into the series. It technically would have been fearless banned for the rest of it, but... So the thing is, top esports might let Callista through. They showed that they could play the Misfortune... Well, no, they won't do it now, but they showed that they could play Misfortune Nico against it. Absolutely blew out JDG's bot lane with that duo. Oh, you're talking about which Hall of Legends junglers should get in? In chat, who do you think the next Hall of Legends player should be? I think the obvious one is Uzi. Uzi's the obvious one. Has to be Uzi, right? My problem is they do Hall of Legends so infrequently that we're never going to be able to celebrate players like Mizaya, Froggen, Xpeke, Diamond Prox, Wei Xiao, Clearlove. You know, these players that were so legendary early into League of Legends career. No, there are a bunch of Season 2 players that deserve a shout out. They do, really. Did I just skip Mad Life? No, Mad Life's in there too, absolutely. Absolutely Mad Life's in there. Flame Mad Life. Ambition needs to be in there at some point. Hopefully not someone who plays a champ I like. Ori made a mockery of my entertainment budget that week. I frickin' know, literally. I know. Oh, I have the skin and my wallet hurts. We have backdoors being named after Xpeke, so he's immortalized? Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. They'll never give Hall of Legends to those players because people don't know them anymore, so they won't sell skins. You're absolutely right, David. You're right. You're absolutely right. They do need to give it to marketable people. But that, it upsets me is what it does, because there are a lot of players which I love. MLXG, what a player. What a player, Hannah. Great shout out. But, you know, like a Froggen and Onivia, Mizaya TF. Oh, so many skins which... I feel like they should have done some of those, like, smaller scale projects for skins for legendary players. Not on the level of the fake Ari one, but, yeah. Uzi Deft, yeah. But the problem is, if you have 2 Korean players in a row and you don't have, like, a Chinese player for, like, 3 years of Hall of Legends, should you be rotating it between regions? Does that factor into it at all? You're right, Deft and Uzi deserve to be on unmute for this.
话，我们的状态我觉得还算是一个上升期吧，就是每一场都有在进步的地方。我觉得决赛的话，我们也会赢下来。比分的话，我觉得3比1也就是最多了。
Insect, yeah.
就
Insect would be nice as
是
well.
我也不知道用什么词来形容，就是但是我感觉就是我们每一场的比赛打完，我们都有能再改进的地方。AL 的话，我觉得就是他们的整体配合非常好，在资源团的时候来的比较快。这次相比于之前的话，我们最近的状态算是越来越好，然后配合和沟通也越来越多。我觉得这次我们会赢下来。就是已经走到了这里，就只剩最后一个 BO5的话，我们现在肯定都是想把这第一赛段的就是冠军给拿下来吧，反正也就最后一场。
Well, nice to hear from Jaculov. Is there a Western player that can come through that comes to mind that after Faker? I think it has to be Perks, right? Perks or Caps. In terms of like overall value and also the name brand value. Perks and Caps. They were very popular also in LCK and LPL because they beat LCK and LPL teams. I agree, Harold. Well, closer to game 2 now. What about Peanut? Peanut should be there at some point. Peanut's had an incredible career. But then the question is, how long does it take to get people in? You know? I could see a world with Doublelift. Yeah, Doublelift should also be in there. He's been playing since Season 1. He's had a bunch of titles. He played in He even played in OGN that one time in season 2. He went over to play in Champions. So he played in that. He played in Korea for a split. I missed that, by the way, being able to travel and play in some of the other regions. It's very cool. Will Fnatic throw against KC tonight? KC looked pretty good, and Fnatic looked a bit shaky. The first 3 games of that series were not clean. In your opinion, who's the best LPL ADC of all time? Viper was really good. Viper, Jaculov. Viper, Jaculov are the 2 which stand out to me. Ruler had one very good year, but then his next year was a bit shaky. It's got to be between Viper, Jaculov. Right? Well, no, there's Uzi as well, obviously. Gala. Viper, Jaculov, Gala, Uzi. Who else could I throw up there? LPL has a lot of good AD carries. Has a lot of good AD carries. Yeah, I think it kind of has to be Uzi, right? I think it has to be Uzi. But then Jaculov, I think, you know, if Jaculov wins another title after 5 years... I mean, this guy's been a prodigy. The lack of international play... Hang on, we'll get a set. We're getting close towards draft, so I need to change the music up. Xiaohu's not AD carry. Well, I mean, he played Lucian a lot, but, you know. Vayne Uzi... Yeah, a Vayne Uzi skin would go so hard, actually. What's the score? 1-0 to Top Esports. They misfortuned their way through game 1, courtesy of Jaculov. Kanavi had an incredible via game 2, outpacing Nidalee in the jungle. So $500 skin for a player who's second most successful player if we check criteria. Yeah, I mean, that's the logic, right? It depends what you want out of your Hall of Legends. Do you want it to be marketable? Do you want it to celebrate the players? Do you want it to be a mix of both? How do you do that in the most effective way? Who's the second most successful player after Faker? Could argue it's... Well, Xiaohu never won Worlds. Could honestly be Beryl, 2-time world champion, 3-time world finalist. God, Beryl's actually on the list. Jesus. Got Bengi Bang and Wolf. Deft is up there. Deft has had an incredible career. Well, we've had a talk about how successful careers are. Sometimes it can start with a title like this for players like Shanks, Cream, Kyle, Tarzan. Well, it's never won a title before. AL onto the blue side. Similar bans to the first game in terms of the red side. Expecting that Kalista to be last picked unless Jaculov has another Kalista counter prepared. Because they played the Misfortune Nico into it in their last series. They don't have the Misfortune now, so I'd imagine that Kalista goes away. Otherwise they've got a larger champion pool and some bigger brains than I currently do. But also I see my brother Initialise in chat as well. He's not on the mic today, but he's done some incredible work here for the stream, folks, covering the LPL this split, while there is no official broadcast. Good to see you, Sim. Varus first pick. Very lane dominant. No Misfortune, no Jhin into it. However, it does unlock something like a Kai'Sa dive comp. Hope has been very good at Kai'Sa on the other side of it. Arguably, I'd say Jaculov is the better Varus, and Hope is the better Kai'Sa in this split. So be a little bit more about denying the enemy team if that were to be the lock-ins. An LPL finals with Kai'Sa. Yeah, feels fitting, doesn't it? What's your plan now? You need something to help the Kai'Sa get into the backline. If you're playing towards that. I mean, Aurora helps in a different way. She doesn't set up the CC for the Kai'Sa, but you can't stop the Aurora ult from nuking your backline. Cream had an insane Aurora game versus JDG in the last round to assassinate Pays on the backline, playing hopscotch. It's almost like playing Asteroids in the old retro arcades. Hopping off one side of the screen, turning on the other, blasting him, hopping back over to safety. Genuinely fantastic play from him. Tarzan locks in the shins out. Good early game presence. Kanavi, even against the Nidalee last game, had a really good time with things against Tarzan on the Vibe. Shinzao helps you be that early game wrecking ball again, though. Tarzan will really want to get a leg over in the jungle matchup. Kyle going towards the Rakan gives Shinzao Rakan a really good ability to walk forwards and find fights out of nowhere. I mean, one of our common chatters, Duo Kalos, is a huge Belveth player. We might actually have been to... we might have actually seen a Belveth hovered over there. Kanavi's Lee Sin would be nice. Jax is the common counter, though. It is the jungle counter. Jax comes in. Expected to go towards Kanavi. Also has that ability to jump in and dive as well. So, Kanavi given some tools against Tarzan, his old mentor back on Griffin. So, second round bans. Stuff that would help you do the wombo. Orianna, Galio, taken away from Shanks. Good lane dominant picks, those as well. The Orianna can definitely deal with the Aurora in an isolated 1v1. 369's Gnar banned away. Imagine telling that to Karsa now. After how many years you can't play Gnar? Well, he retweeted, or on Weibo rather, he posted, I've learned them, Karsa. Got an MVP in that last round on the Gnar. Was absolutely exceptional on that pick. Expecting the support matchup to come through now. Can technically hold that Jax as a flex between jungle and top lane. Expecting her to go towards jungle. Knapp's a great player of the champion. Alistair coming in. The Nautilus, of course, would have been your choice pick there. But still, that was banned away. Expecting probably a lane swap at the level 1 from the Kai'Sa and the Alistair. Alistair very good at kind of... hitting ults and just kind of delaying a fight much better than any other support can. If Shanks goes towards the Rise, that's quite nice. That can very much help you bring that Shinzao Rakan across the map, start fights that they can't always themselves. Rakan is pretty good at starting fights, but the Rise gives you that extra oomph. We've normally seen Viego Rise because of this, because Rise can just start a fight. Not bad against the Aurora as well. Aurora sometimes goes in towards the Leandries just to kind of cut down on some of the effectiveness as the HP that Rise does end up getting. Would prefer to go towards a bigger build in this one. Flandre, maybe taking away 369's Gragas for the rest of the series. Now, that's something, isn't it? 369 got an MVP in that last round. Also, on the Gragas. What do we get as last pick now? If there is anyone that knows how to deal with a Gragas, it's 369. I see the Gangplank cover. I see it. Problem is, if you then get lane swapped on, or if you want to lane swap away from bot lane, Gangplank hates his life. Yeah, go towards the Renekton. The Renekton is much better into the Gragas. It's a winning matchup there. You don't have the Gnar, but... very strong in the individual. Doesn't go towards the Renekton, goes towards the Aatrox instead. A pick which has had very mixed results in this split. It is, however, good against the Gragas. Good against Rise, honestly, too, because as he's standing at his range for his E, he's actually straight on your Q sweet spot as well. We saw Bin fail on the Aatrox multiple times this split. Once against TT, once against Top Esports. They lost those best of 5s. Late on to the series, there was the last game in both. Game 5 and Game 4. Game 5 against TT, Game 4 against Top Esports. Lost on that one, did Bin. 369 will have to prove this pick has value. It is good against the Gragas. Problem is, what are you doing about your early lanes now? Are you lane swapping as anyone's legend? As Top Esports, rather. Because I don't like the level 1 against the Varus Rakan as your Kai'Sa Alistair. That feels very poor. But if you're putting Aatrox into a lane swap, that feels not great either. Top Esports have decisions to make anyone's legend, potentially walking away with better early game plan. I will say the composition is harder to play on the whole. Gragas can struggle to get value against these kind of compositions, can get blown up very, very easily. Rise, obviously a very intricate champion as well. Well, folks, let's get ourselves towards game 2 and closer towards the Rift. Righty, Manuel's Legend looking to bounce back. Tarzan on the Shinzao going to be so critical to this game. Shanks on the Rise too. See what that mid-jungle duo can do to start fights around the map. I think they have better bot lane early laning phase, and that Shinzao can be a wrecking ball. Top Esports, if they survive the first 2 levels though, they will ask them some questions. Jaculov on his own skin here in the LPL finals. looking for his first title in 5 years. Let's get it on. Okay. No lane swap signal just yet. 5-man fan. Could be getting ourselves standard lanes. I'm so surprised to see that. The Varus, especially in this poke variant we can see from that comet coming through, very powerful in laning phase. Kaiser Alistair, not good at level 1. You would have thought maybe survive until level 2, level 3. Choosing to go towards the standard lanes. What this does is give benefit to 369. 369 on the Aatrox will get ahead against the Gragas. You can play as like a half-range champion. Gragas starts rolling barrels, but then he gets himself opened up towards those Q sweet spots. Kanavi on Jax as well. Good matchup into the Xin Sao. Remember, folks, one of the biggest things we were talking about in terms of this series is not just players versus players, but coach versus coach. You have Tabe and Hom. Hom on top esports, I think, for the first 2 drafts has walked away slightly ahead of things. Ah, this is interesting. Trying to walk in and get the early XP. Jackalope will get hit by the arrow and the comet, but he will get himself access to the first minions of the game. Doesn't get that Q onto the backline minions, so going to be missing out a little bit of damage there. Needs to get to level 2, and then I think they can start to play the game. Very hard to play against players on such strong champions, this Rakan and the Varus at their levels. You can see they've been now fishing for level 2. Really good chip damage coming in from Hope and Kyle. They know that level 1 is where they really want to start forcing things. They're rushing for it now, and the level 2 is hit by both lanes at the same time. Crisis averted, I think, for Jackalope and Crisp. You now have the ability to stop out the Rakan combo. Jackalope hit with another arrow, but not the comet. Going for the combo now. That's going to be the end of that. Oh, no, maybe it's not. Jackalope ignited. This is the LPL Classic. We've known this for years. You go in and you use a summoner to get lane pressure. Jackalope cannot stand at this HP. Has a biscuit and has the potion, but this is why we were saying, hey, maybe don't go into standard lanes. It's bad for your bot lane. Kanavi clearing from top side to bot side. So is Tarzan, though. Both junglers going towards that. And Kanavi, in this finals, plays his 500th LPL game. Came over in 2020 onto JDG and took the league by storm. Has won so many combos, so many titles. Tarzan invading now. Has the bot lane advantage. Blue buff started off. Gromp gonna get started off too. Jax has red buff and his passive fully stacked. Jackalope gonna help leash this one over. Smite away from Tarzan this time. Kanavi going forwards, but is immediately comboed onto. Here comes the Varus, but is immediately headbutted away. Kanavi will make it out alive. Is there anything more than this? This time Tarzan really winning the early matchup. 3 talent strike, not getting the knockup. But AL get themselves the early jungle advantage. Cream roaming over. Shanks not too far behind. Cream calling off the play currently. Shanks looking for the flash route, but can't quite get it. Hope maybe that Tarzan could combo on with a flash wind becomes lightning. Shanks uses that summoner spell. Great use of that W from Cream to make sure he was out of vision. Goes invisible. Teleports into the play now towards this bottom scuttle crab. Cream comes back out. He's basically just going back towards mid lanes. Both mid laners doing this. Jungler, hang on, Cream, you gotta be a little bit careful there. Had that flash last time, has the W now, will be safe. Cream having to use that against the Rise, of course, means you can't point and click the E and W on you afterwards if you do that. But, so hard to get those combos down. Very good jungle advantage and the early game advantage to anyone's legend now. Tarzan takes away camps from the other side, but he has his full... He has more camps on his side of the map to go clear, so while it doesn't look right now that there's that much of a big deal, level 4 to level 3, Kanavi needs to get XP from somewhere, but he's been spotted. Great warding patterns from AL around this bot side to keep Kanavi out of the game. Crisp gets knocked up. Jackalope escapes this time. There's a flash and Crisp. Does he have to use it? Potentially. The arrow goes forwards, and the last auto is not enough. Jackalope has lethal tempo. Does he trade 1 for 1? He's trying. He doesn't get the vision, and he goes down for first blood. Cope and Kyle get given the lane dominant 2v2, and they get themselves the first blood. Game on. Anyone's legend blown out in game 1. But this Varus early lane pressure has more than set themselves up for success in game 2. Help Tarzan invade for that Gromp and blue buff steal. Goes back into the lane. Jackalope not able to trade 1 for 1. loses vision at a crucial opportunity. Crisp doesn't get the early enough cancel. Needs to be able to cancel that Rakan before they reach their landing point. Last auto, so close. Could have so easily been a 2 for none hit. Jackalope gets his lethal tempo. Knows that if he gets the passive auto after, would get the kill. A Q hits from both members. The power of friendship brings them down. Jackalope, after such a good game one, put behind. Hope now switching up to the top side of the map for the grub spawn. Typical Jackalope. Comes off of an MVP game. Fights on the knife's edge consistently. 1,000 gold lead already for anyone's legend. Grub started up first. Level 6 up by Shank, so watch out for that first realm warp. But again, Chris only level 3. That's a problem for him. Not tanky at all. Hits level 4 off of, I suppose, the Grub going down nearby. Shanks potentially looking for something. Flandre has level 6, has Flash as well. Flash Barrel combo available for the Gragas. Are we spoiling for a fight? One Grub left. Flandre gets Crisp, and he has no Flash! The stakes have never been higher as the cow is knocked up, and the fight continues. Flandre has done his part. The Rumble comes forward, and Jackalope, oh Jackalope, you have a cleanse, but not much else. Anyone's legend have steamrolled through this early game. 7 minutes in, and AL have themselves a 2,000 goal advantage, along as well as stopping the 3 Grubs stand. Level 6 coming through from 369, and there is no flash on the Varus. Is it enough? They're going to try and slow them down with a hail of arrows, and arrow comes through again, and Tarzan is now at the plate. 369 saw the angle. Can't quite get themselves any capitalization. Capitalization, that's the word. Fantastic pick off by Flandre. There's something to be said now. An important conversation. Top Esports played for top lane advantage, not bot lane. They went into standard lanes and they said, well, we'll just lane into this. What's going to happen about top lane? You being ahead on Aatrox does not stop the Gragas from doing stuff like this. Crit, absolutely blasted. His first game was mixed. This one has been poor so far. A lot of it's on draft. You can't do that much to the Alistar in these situations, but chain dying like this is absolutely awful for your team. Feats of strength earned. The martial one, the kills, owned first. Level 6 hit. Kyle managing to stop a little bit of that. It can't stop the Q3. The damage still goes through even if the CC is very close to making it out with a kill there. Barrier was used. Dragon goes down to the side of anyone's legend now. So, Jackalope down 1,000 gold individually, and this is why we were worried about the Kai'Sa into the Varus. Talked about it straight from draft. They have difficult decisions to make. What do you do in terms of your lane swaps? Do you throw Aatrox under the bus, or do you throw the Kai'Sa? They've chosen to do it with their Kai'Sa, and 369 has not been able to deliver so far. It's not really his point to shine. Bot lane has been really the name of the game so far. Hope, really good game for him. I will say the Jhin last game wasn't even Hope's fault either. I think he had a good game on that Jhin. Jhin has been very powerful here in the LPL too. Tarzan going down towards the bot side. Unspotted. Kyle doing some forward scouting. Cream coming down as well. Kanavi spotted on vision, and I think AL know that the play is on. They're currently outnumbered. What are the summons? They don't have anything on the bot lane. Tarzan doesn't have it either. This could be a big problem, but can they turn it back? They get one already. The power of the Varus is absolutely absurd as Kanavi tries to turn things back. Cream will help him finish that one off, but how much damage have they got before the next cooldowns come through? The Varus goes down, and Kanavi has popped off. Gragas comes down for a teleport, but I think Top Esports have got what they came for. What did that end up being? 3 for 2? 3 for 3. I suppose in an even scenario, you take that. What happened with Aatrox? He comes down to the spot side. There'll be a teleport up towards the top side. Well, with an even play like that, got to question who comes out on top. Jackalope, 0 and 3. God, it's not the Kai'Sa that comes out of that. Well, is it? But Cream going 2, 0 and 1. 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. In the Benoit we trust. It's a good attempt. Problem is, the Varus is too far ahead now. You gave him the early laning lead. You don't have an early Q or something like that for the Kai'Sa. Hope is out of sorts now. Does split the fight. But the problem is the fight ends up lasting quite a long time, meaning that the Varus gets another arrow off. It means that Kanavi goes down very, very easily after this point. Flandre does commit the flash. I suppose taking the Gragas flash is valuable in its own right. Jumping forwards. A lot of this game is on Cream now. Cream has the gold. What can you do with it? What can you do with it? hope. Such a pain in the arse now, though. Even just having the Rectrix there for the extra movement speed allows you to walk up and hit those arrows, the extra AD, of course, nice too. Kanavi, ahead in the jungle matchup now in terms of gold. Slightly down in terms of XP. This Jax Aurora, can they do what the bot lane can't? There will be a point in this game where the Varus is very immobile, and maybe they can blow him up. AL need to be aware of this. You need to be so aware of this. If the Varus dies, a lot of your gold goes with it. Shanks is going to help take over these grubs on this side. Be a 4 for 2 grub full set. AL coming out with the advantage there. So, Flandre up into the individual matchup there. That's important too. Gragas not known to be a good champion into the Aatrox. The Aatrox tends to win out on that. I suppose with one item coming up for 369, maybe we'll see whether that comes into fruition. Eventually, the Gragas can't play 1v1 versus the Aatrox, really. Aatrox has too much healing, pops the ult, and just slams through into him. Anyone's Legend. Good that they're not taking that first game loss sitting down. The bot lane really popping off. They were set up for success from the draft. Have some questions about top esports making that play as well. You can see Gragas as he tries to go in. Not the nicest matchup. 369 not using his Q3. Getting the lower cooldown of Q1 and Q2. Letting it go on cooldown. Gets the lower cooldown of Q1 and Q2. Kanavi. First item Triforce. First item for Tarzan. Is well locked in though with that Sundered Sky. Kanavi is a damage threat though. And we know the tag which I've been using for Kanavi is the one-man army. If you need early game, he's got it for you. We've seen that in the first 2 games. If you need a carry, yeah, he can do that too. That Jax can very much do that. Need macro, need micro, he does it all. Such a power to his teams. Last year, JDG, when they had an early game, it was because of Kanavi. Top esports, luckily for them, they have multiple factors going into that. It's not just Kanavi, but still. He can do it all himself if he wants to. Good trade coming through from Shanks onto Cream. Cream going for the Malignance build. Going for more ults, more playmaking. Less about the one-shot shotgun. Much more about the continued utility of having multiple ults. .369, Sundered Sky first. Helps you really regen through a lot of these trades. Flandre's teleport, Flash rather, just about to come back up. Dragon has spawned. Chris, alone right now, but has level 6. Maybe you can actually be a champion now. This Alistair has struggled. Has this boost of swiftness? Helps him close gap well into the right targets. How much value can Hope get with these arrows? Oh, also worth noting as well. Jackalev going for the Shiv. Might go towards something like the Shiv. Well, we'll see what he goes second. He'll go for the Rage Blade, I suppose. I was wondering if he go towards a heavier poke build. Once he hits poke build, if you get late game, maybe the game changes again. Not that much sustain on the other side. Dragon started up. Top esports would love not to give this one over and slow the game down. However, they can't afford to lose another fight now. I think if you lose another fight now, the game just falls apart. Top esports really need to get some resources, though, over towards Jackalev. Teleport to top lane. Dragon's spot. Dragon's taken. Plate goes to 369. Shanks sat on the bot side. I love the Pirate Ride skin. There's little cannonballs coming out. What does Top esports do about this Varus problem? We know that they can close that champion down. He doesn't have something like a cleanse to get away from a Jack stun. Doesn't need it against something like the Alistair, of course. But he's going to be so annoying at clearing out these waves, poking you down, making sure you don't have the HP to really fight around. Really need to see 369 make the most out of this matchup in topside. I'm really waiting for that. Really waiting for that. Feats of Strength for Anyone's Legend will help them a little. Cream. Talks about him, of course, being an important member too. Not necessarily against the Rise in the individual matchup, but just in general. He can be the one to pop this Varus. At least Jackalev has stand the blade. The Goldie is not getting bigger for the Varus. It's not like really this Kai'Sa is getting that much value though. It's gonna take a while for him to really come online now compared to where he should be. Chris does have ult, doesn't need to use it. Headbutt away, but the ult comes through, and it's a trade. Ult for ult. Varus uses his. Lower cooldown than the Alistar, though. Does mean you don't have it for the next big play. Cream, good wave clear down here. There's a chance you can make a big play. Do you have a cancel? No, you don't. Counter-Strike wasn't charged up early enough, so it is ult for ults in bot lane as well. With the Malignants, way shorter cooldown, though. Jackalov needs to be a little bit careful here. A WR could kill. So close. 60 HP. Jackalov makes it out alive. Hope is flexing the muscles again. Kanavi does have ult. Does he have Counter-Strike? He does. How much is that value going to get, though? He needs to leave strike away, and he does. Kyle, not able to catch up. Ignite was dropped. Hale using a lot of ults for not that much on the bot side of the map. Does it lead to anything, though? Herald's available. Not like anyone's fighting around that right now. Jackalov loses another mid wave, which is not exactly what he wants there. Clears out this one at least. It's so cool to see Hope versus Jackalov in finals again. For those of you that weren't here in 2022, seeing all of the top esports versus JDG series, it was a special time to be watching LPL. We had 10,000 damage team fights from Jackalov and Hope on Zeri and Sivir, and kind of peak Zeri meta. Jackalov hasn't won a title since 2020. Are you kidding me? 5 years since Jackalov has won his title. Hope won his in 22 summer. This man on your screen, Shanks, is versus Cream. Neither of these players have a title. They're newer players than many of the old gods in mid lane. You expect someone like Xiaohu, Knight, Scout, many of the all-time greats to be in these finals, but they're not. Herald started up, teleport coming in from the Gragas, and one coming from the Rise. What happens? The Herald's gone down. Is that a bit of a ballsy teleport? There's an ult back up for the Alistar. Flandre comes in. The Cow's half HP. Here comes the fight. Gragas is knocking the team apart, but 369 is living. The Sunder Sky gives him so much healing, and the Varus is down. The damage goes with it, and Jackalov jumps forward. Who cares about lane leads when you have the ultimate? Top esports spring into life. Get the Herald and get the kills. Anyone's Legend, once again, cannot see things out in the first big fights of the game. Herald will go under turret now in the mid lane. With these timers being so long, they'll use it to potentially take down this mid lane turret. What a huge play from Top Esports to come back into this game. That Varus should have controlled everything, but we were warning them. Oh, we were warning them. You can get flanked, you can get shut down. Somehow, the Aatrox does not die at the start of that fight. Watch the regen come through from 369. Watched it. Teleport comes into the middle of the river. Gragas comes through as well. Watch how much healing he gets from his Sundered Sky. Knock up, knock up. And this Sunder Sky healing with the ult running. 444 HP. That's on the Varus anti-healing field, by the way. That's with Grievous Wounds. That is with Grievous Wounds, and he still heals up nearly 1,000 points. Survives through to it. Aatrox pays it off. Insane fight for Top Esports. That could be the fight which breaks the game. That could break the game. Look at this. The gold advantage goes right the way over to Top Esports. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Jackalov gets some kill participation as well. Needs to be careful not to get poked at anymore. Kai'Sa kind of infamously right now doesn't exactly pack much sustain. They missed that ward in the mid lane, which is a bit annoying. Some pokes can come through. Cream, very, very powerful. That between worlds in that last fight was absolutely crucial as well. The Aurora, we did say, hey, might do a lot of damage. Oh, Cal just caught out. Doesn't get hit by the Aurora combo. That would have been half his HP going with it. See, Anyone's Legend taking it a little bit slower now. Flandre does have flash, does have ult. Jackalov can't keep getting hit by those Qs like that, buddy. Has level 11. Happier than he was. Hope, no flash, no barrier. That is crucial. The AD carry matchup going well for Anyone's Legend. However, that AD carry can't protect themselves very well. Korean spot out a blue trinket. Great blue trinket. Very, very important. Jackalov. Jackalov's had to blow everything on the backside of the fight. What the hell happened off screen? Flandre might even have a flash angle here. Suddenly the AD carries out of the fight. Flandre used his ultimate. Happened off screen. I completely missed that. My apologies, folks. Jackalov has to recall. However, if they can delay the fight, and I think they can, Jackalov can come back in with ults, at least. Yeah, you can see that Flandre very nearly gets an important kill combo here. Gets almost a Panunu there. Cream off to the side, though. Flandre uses his belly bot forwards. Cream, so important to this play. So important. How much can he do? He can W over the wall. Jackalov is back into the play. 369 has ult 2. Here comes Jackalov starting to rain down some autos off the side. Chris uses his ult early. Jackalov is caught, and he has no summoners. The arrow comes through. Is it enough? Yes, it is. But there are kills being traded back. Kanavi into the play. Cream Getting so much damage. Chris gonna die on the other side. The ult comes back up, and I think Anyone's Legend have won the fight this time. Hope is alive, and Top Esports will not repeat the mistakes of that last fight. 369 starting to go forwards. How much Divine Sunder healing can they get? It is quite a lot. Konami cannot deal enough damage, though, against the combined carries, and Anyone's Legend walk away with the dragon. Well, not the... no, they don't walk away with the dragon, but they walk away with everything else. Oh, Top Esports, that should have been it. I thought that could have been a huge play for them, but they can't take down Hope. Even with no summoners. Jackulov caught out on the flank. You can't afford to do that here. You have no summoners. Kyle just goes straight onto him with an ult and a W. And then he's suddenly taken down. Ult goes onto him. Yeah, the smite goes over towards Konami. That's important for them. But the fact that Jackulov can't even use his ult, use both of his summoners before it. Not a great game coming in from Jackulov so far. The laning phase was hard from draft. Flandre, of course, bops down Crisp at the end. If Jackulov can ult onto the backline, maybe it's a bit of a difference. Maybe it's a difference. Konami tries very, very hard to make this work. And that's the problem playing up against the Varus, though. So much turnaround damage, even on the poke build. Edge of Night, about to come through from Hope. Muramana completed. That's Khan available. Cream did lose a lot of his stacks there. But hey, gets a couple back. In each of these fights, if Cream gets a good enough combo, I think Top Esports win it. I suppose getting the dragon does mean that Top Esports can maybe stall through to 3-item Kai'Sa, but Kai'Sa is so far behind now. Compared to the Varus. I suppose that's the Varus being ahead of the game. You're still going to be waiting a good amount of time before you get towards Nash's Tooth, and Jackulov can be a poke threat. Shanks completed the Rod of Ages. A level ahead of Cream now. Game's not really been about Shanks. It's mainly been about Hope and anyone trying to kill him. Massive lead for Konami. 2.1k in the jungle. Oh my god, that could be so important, couldn't it? If that Jax can get himself to a point where he can solo out the backline, maybe that changes things. Afghan started up. Top Esports might... well, can they afford to trade? I don't know. Cream can teleport away. Shanks will be able to spot him right now. Shanks takes a bit of a trade on the top side, it looks like it. Atacon peeled off of 369. He also needs to be buying a lot of time. So much of these fights is about Hope's positioning and Top Esports angles towards them. Last time that Top Esports lost themselves a title into to JDG, and against Hope rather, it was really because Hope was so valuable in a lot of ways. Hope was incredible in that year, 2022. Mentioned it a lot. Okay, 369 gets himself Sterex. That's important. Gets tenacity from that. Extra healing. Shielding, rather, as he drops down to low HP. Atacon's not started up just yet. I think Top Esports slowing the game down like this. Pretty good for them. AL, not really getting that much out of this map state right now. They're trying to starve out vision, and I guess they're looking for a pick. That could change everything. Kyle on the Rakan. Of course, very, very disruptive. Very good game from him so far on that Rakan. Tarzan, not that strong. Jackulov trying to check out with W's. These arrows from Hope taking, you know, even a fifth, a quarter of a HP off of the tankier members of Top Esports. They don't have that many tanks, really. They have Alistair Ultimate when he's popping that. That's kind of it. Flandre, great game from him as well. Playing the 369 Gragas build. Tarzan starting up the Atacon. Shanks getting good DPS down here. I think Top Esports might trade for this. They do have a teleporting from the Aurora. They're not in position to walk into this. Just give it up at this point. Take the turret. Get yourself some gold. Recoup some of the losses that you've had so far. You don't want to be just walking into AL with this. Baron will spawn, and there will be a chance of a Atacon. Hang on, Chris. You need to be able to survive through this. You are meant to not be fighting. Jackulov has cleanse, and he has flash. He ults out. Tarzan starts to get low, but is it going to be enough? 369 gets absolutely blasted. Cream's coming through, but the GAs are already there from Anyone's Legend. Jackulov fires a W off into the horizon somehow. Chris, starting to damage down. Can they kill the Rise? No, they can't. Top Esports, your job was to ignore the fight. They go in anyway, and they don't even get themselves a real return. They get a hope. But it's with a free GA. All of them go down. It's technically a clean ace. As Top Esports stick around for the play. Jackulov and Chris, what were you doing? Shanks lives on the back end of the play too. Gets to keep his GA. That is the play which breaks the back of this game. You have to feel like it. Even though top esports had that wonderful play around, what was it, the second, around the Herald, just after that point. This game's gone from bad to worse for top esports now. You know the Atakan's going down. This is greedy. Crisp has flash, he has ult. Jackalov's walking down. They have some good vision here. Spot out Flandre. Then Chris just doesn't get the cancel again. He doesn't cancel out the combo. Flandre, fantastic damage onto Jackalov. But the teleport is, I suppose the fight was unexpected, so Cream doesn't teleport in time. He gets a decent Aurora combo. Hope goes down. You can see how much work Kanavi's doing. It does just feel as though that this fight just didn't need to happen. It didn't need to happen. Anyone's Legend, great pounce on the opportunity. Getting the Atakan as well, using it immediately afterwards. And they get to save a lot of the GAs too. For what should be a great Baron start for them. What's happening now? Bush Braids. Can see if we get ourselves a Kai'Sa ult into a side lane, but Jackalov is so far behind. Does that really matter? Doesn't have himself the W upgrade yet either. Flandre, 25% damage. Yeah, it's alright. It's alright, that is. Okay, here we come. Hope has no summoners. Ult comes through. Teleport not invested for 369. Just walks his way into that angle, interestingly enough. Hope uses his ult. Teleport's now coming through from Gragas. That might be a bit deep. What's happening? 369 does have his ult. What's the play? Flandre gets out, and Crisp is the one that's suddenly getting punted around the place. Jackalov caught again. Jackalov is down once more. Flandre has flash to go for the belly bop, and Shanks is starting to rail through the machine guns of those overloads. Top esports, another fight they were not ready to take. Flandre taken down quite low, but not low enough. Kanavi might be able to force a play, but he can't quite again. Realm Warp continues things once more. And top esports, they have just been put to the sword this game. Hope initially was the one getting caught out. Used a Ghost Blade, used an ult, saw himself to safety. And Flandre, what a magnificent game of Gragas this guy has had. Fighting again in the mid lane. Cream needs to be careful. Kyle has a combo and he knocks up the Aurora. They pounce out of it. Flandre flashes forward. Is it enough? Cream gets out with the Petite Walls and he'll escape the Bunny Rabbit. Hop skips and jumps to safety. Top esports somehow find a way to escape with their mid laner. Cream, important survival there. If he goes down, I think it's a very easy pounce onto the objective of Baron for anyone's Legend. Because he has that Malignance, he's able to get that ultimate up again very, very quickly. But still, just before this, Shanks just gunning down members left, right, and center. Stopwatches his way out of that combat. Crisp has not been impactful on this Alistair. Fantastic play from Flandre into Jackalov. Gets the knocker back onto him. This Kai'Sa has been an open wound for top esports. We knew from the off, hey, maybe they should lane swap. It's not looking too good for the Kai'Sa into that Varus lane. They fell for it anyway. Fight coming through. Crisp doesn't have an ultimate. Had it up in 5 seconds, and it's another ill-chosen fight for top esports. Kanavi ignited, barreled down. Tarzan starts to smash through the backline. Cream does not have enough damage for this, and 369 had already teleported from what it looks like into the mid lane. Anyone's Legend get themselves the fight they were looking for, and they'll go straight onto the Baron. .369 not able to make the difference. Remember, folks, the choice to not lane swap was meant to benefit the Aatrox. There was one fight where it looked good. LPL Aatrox, though, has not succeeded. Really has not looked powerful. And anyone's Legend playing very, very well around this Gragas. I didn't think this composition was easy to play. I mean, the bot lane laning phase, sure, that's a win condition, and we've definitely seen that in this game. But the Gragas disrupting the first phase of the fight, getting the Rise ult to disrupt the second phase has been oh so important for anyone's Legend. And I think at this point they probably will just snowball through with this Baron buff to at least break the base. This one should be a quick one. It's a fight over a buff in the enemy jungle. Tarzan, great W. He's not had the best individual advantage, has Tarzan, but hey, he's not needed it. Kanavi's not been able to carry the game. Great knockabout of the W that holds onto it. Nice play from him to catch out the Aurora. Cream, he's been looking for a good platform to fight off. The problem is this Aurora has so much gold and so much damage. The fights are not happening in a good enough time for him to start the fight with a good play. Crisp has been caught out. Kyle goes straight onto Kanavi, and this Jax has been absolutely butchered. Once again, Hope showcasing how powerful the snowball of the Varus can be and why it's such a meta pick. Tower's going to go down in the mid lane, and I think with that death, that's going to break the base. That should break the base. The engage now from top esports very, very difficult. The spell shields onto Hope makes it hard to burst him out immediately. 369 pops the ult just for the move speed. As Flandre pushes in that bot side. Flandre, God, when was the last time that he won a title? 2021 with EDG. Cast onto 369 just to annoy him a little bit more. Has that low cooldown. Tarzan jumps forward. Flandre. The power poke out Kareem again. Should be a double inhibitor take by the time that Kanavi comes back up. AL, a much better game from them. But why the heck did Top Esports give them that bot lane 2v2? Why did that happen? Top Esports gonna get hit by another arrow. Crisp has to ult away from the Varus arrow. Cleanse out of that CC. A turret goes down on the Nexus. Kanavi jumps forward. Kyle stopping him from getting clean engages all the time. Tarzan is just 1v1 in the Aatrox. Jesus. Goes in, Kanavi trying to stack up his passive. Redemption comes down, and it is not Redemption for Top Esports' early game. Instead, it's Redemption for Anyone's Legend for their game one. Kyle goes in, gets a combo, and that will be it. 31 minutes, an AL strike back. Triple kill for Hope. Incredible Varus game for the AD carry of Anyone's Legend. And we're in an even series. No clean 3-0s here today, folks. Well, that was anything but happy for Top Esports there. Anyone's Legend, fantastic bounce back. Bot lane laning phase, snowball into that jungle, invade. Multiple big fights in a row. Flandre's Gragas, absolutely clutch. I'm trying to think who you put as MVP there. I think you probably put Flandre's Gragas. Those casts catching out Jackalope time and time again. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Well, that's what you get when you play up against that Varus. That's what you get, folks. That Varus laning phase is absolutely insane. Incredible. Seriously, what made Top Esports lock Alistair miss the draft? That's a great question. The Alistair was locked in on 4, I think it was. And you could tell that the Alistair just couldn't play the game. The Kai'Sa couldn't play the game either. Playing for bot lane laning advantage is something that Top Esports do an awful lot. I'm surprised that they gave Anyone's Legend such a powerful player of Varus, that champion which is in a powerful state right now. Very, very weird. But hey, Top Esports going to walk away with that one. Maybe I should make this camera a little larger. Put it down towards there. That makes sense. Cool. But yeah, one-on-one series now, folks. One-on-one series. That was game 2, folks. Yes, that was game 2, if you're asking in chat. For me, I think my MVP vote goes towards Flandre. Those casks, unassisted, were absolutely insane. Insane casks coming in from Flandre. Cassante was unbanned. Cassante was unbanned, folks. They could have played that. Very surprised to see that Aatrox in a game like that. Very surprised to see that. We'll find out our MVP after this too. Okay. Well, seen a bit of both the good sides and the bad sides of both teams now. Kanavi been ahead in both jungle matchups, worth noting. Been ahead in both jungle matchups. Kanavi's having a great day at the office. Thank you. Thank you, Eli. Appreciate it. It's, I'm not normally a play-by-play by trade, of course, so. There we go. Shanks had a decent DPS game on the Rise as well. Great ults to end the fight. Thank you, Blade, for moderating chat so far. See you next time. I don't know how many kills 369 has all around. He had quite a... Wait, first game? What was he playing first game? What did he play first game? How did you get into play-by-play? Because I'm normally a color caster, and my color caster and my brother Sam isn't here, so I play when he's not here. Why don't they use Quinn in competitive? Right now, because lane swaps are disgustingly powerful against Quinn. Quinn can't play lane swaps at all. However, Quinn is very strong right now, so I think first stand and then into Next split, Quinn should be good. Quinn is very, very powerful right now. Very, very powerful. There's an electrocute build where you can go towards more lethality and go for like burst build. You can go press the attack and go ignite, and the press the attack will increase your ignite damage, which is insane, by the way. Am I casting LEC this weekend? I'm on LEC desk after this series ends. And that's my last LEC appearance for winter. And then hopefully I'll be back for spring. I'm not sure about that yet. Haven't been contacted about that. Yeah. I've had a decent amount of solo cast experience. I mean, I need to work on my play-by-play. My play-by-play is definitely not where I'm comfortable. I mess up my words, and my tone can sometimes get a bit monotone in fights. But hey, I'm not a play-by-play by trade. It's a great experience, though. Great experience going play-by-play. But yeah, I'm on desk for LEC this weekend. Today. I mean, technically, if it goes to a very long 5-game series, folks, I might actually have to dip out for the last game, but I really hope that doesn't happen. Which team are you going to spread propaganda about on the broadcast? Well, whichever one wins, I guess. If you want to color cast it, it's so right now I'm actually a little bit worried about my PC handling extra CPU stuff, because it was dropping frames quite a lot badly last stream, so I don't want to open Discord and get some stuff there. I prefer your casting style to that weird growly style some casters do. Yeah, the tone you use for high energy moments is what comes across the most on play-by-play, right? Because you can be lyrical, you can do like the Atlas kind of quite high pitched actually, but like incredulous style. You got Captain Flowers, who does go a bit more into the growl and kind of the rap god style. He's very clear when he does that, though. He's very, very clear with his words and his enunciation. I'm trying to not go too growly because I need to save my voice as well. Okay, well, we wait until our... Thanks, Harold. Appreciate it. Right, for me, Flandre is my MVP. I think there's obviously an angle towards Kyle as well. I think Kyle's absolutely insane. He's been very, very cool. Okay, and I will get hydrated. I actually have a glass of water here, so I'll do that. I had really good synergy with Medic. Medic was so cool to cast with. Getting to cast with Medic was awesome. Don't know how we hadn't before, actually, because I feel like we mesh very well. I have a very similar sense of humor to him. Player of the game. Flandre, yeah, it was awesome, man. Look at these casks. These casks were critical. Absolutely critical. Man, Flandre still got it. It's incredible to see him performing at this level after all this time. Very surprised that top East was locked in the top lane and bot lane that they did. A hard winning top lane and a hard losing top lane means that if you lane swap, one of them is losing out. I say hard winning. It doesn't even that hard winning. But like a winning and a hard losing matchup. But like I don't think top esports can play with a bot lane disadvantage like that. I mean, if you're going to, you have to swap in it. They are very good at swapping lanes and making sure that they get that lane away from them. Oh, Crisp missed the knock up there too. They knew that. Oh, they should have prepared better for that teleport coming in. Did they not have the cooldowns for it? They had the pulverize. Thought they did. Okay, folks, if you're on Twitch, I'm going to run some adverts right now. And then we will get ourselves closer towards our game 3. Spiele 3. Pretty sure that's perfect German. Okay, folks, I'll leave you to it right now. 1 for support. Yeah, I mean, yeah, 1 for support, 1 for top lane. No, 2 for bot lane. Yeah, that makes sense. It was a good game, that one. Lots of options for MVP. We back once again. Oh, you're talking about the value of the Aatrox and going for either the Assassin or the Bruiser build? Yeah, I mean, Aatrox, I don't know. Like, I don't think we've seen... I think that we've seen it from players like Zeus do incredible work on the champion when he gets ahead. Because the healing that Aatrox gets is kind of insane. And he can dive immobile AD carries very, very well on his own. He can be a one-man flank threat. Oh, Katari gave out 5 community subs. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. But who do we watch if it goes to game 5 and I have to leave? Oh. Is Kitty co-streaming? Didn't realize that.
应该还是要看决赛的结果。最不容易的感觉就是我们一路走来都挺不容易的吧。现在想不到最不容易的就是怎么解决，就是我们因为5个人性格都很好嘛，我们就一直有在沟通、复盘，然后去改变。对，就是一直在进步。我们刚开始5个人一起相遇的时候，我们的目标其实就是在我们那个组内赢比赛做第一，然后我们现在又走到了决赛，就是我们现在的5个人的目标肯定是夺冠。对阵滔博的话，我觉得他们的风格就是比较属于那种去爱打资源团的，对，比较队伍，然后就是我们会尽量去跟他们去争夺资源。辛苦你们一路打上来吧，就是应该拿个亚军还可以接受吧。
Lovely to hear from the mid laner himself. There was a question in chat actually from Carter. Do you dress yourselves for LEC or do you have stylist? Grand majority, well, so stylist is there for the first day of the week and they pick out outfits for all 3 days, but you can dress yourself as well. Like I tend to dress myself on the whole because I prefer what I pick out. Lost Return is going to win tomorrow. I mean, they're a pretty good team. They're a pretty good team. Welcome back. My name's Nymaera. As you can hear from Atlas on my stream alert thingy. As Katari gave out some subs, which is very, very kind of them. Very, very kind of them. So, into game 3, I'm assuming that Top Esports is going to be back onto blue side. It has been both games being blue side wins so far. See what that stacks up, really. Remember, if it goes to game 5, game selection for game 5 is determined by 1v1 on Showdown mode. So it's on Howling Abyss and it's the Showdown mode, which you might have seen in All-Star events in the past. So that is very important. Who do I think makes it to the finals? Wait, from... Well, I mean, it's... today is Lost Returns versus Bulldog, isn't it? Or is it Returns Iridian finals? But, yeah, I mean, between Bulldog and Nord... I mean, I feel like Nord have a higher ceiling, but they haven't necessarily been showing it. Bulldog have been pretty good, actually. They've been pretty good. I mean, we'll see whether Nord have actually leveled up enough. Lost Returns already in finals? Yeah, that makes sense. Nord and Bulldog. I mean, it should be Nord if they actually play to their caliber, but yeah. I've been kind of... However, Bulldog have had some fun community kind of content creators kind of starting to do some stuff too, which is nice. Okay, well, close to our next game then. Yeah, it's the Ari Chroma splash art, yeah, for KDA. Yeah, the Ariversary. Oh wait, are the games being played right now? But NLC is clashing with LPL finals? Oof. Into game we go soon again. Yeah, I mean, if it was live later, it would mean that oh, they can't clash with LEC. They can clash with LPL, but they can't clash with LEC because it's all under Riot Europe. That'll be why they have to do it this time. That'll be why. That's kind of annoying. Because if it was the other way, well, yeah, I guess you can't clash with the EU because it's 2 EU-based events. That sucks. Thankfully, finals are tomorrow. Yeah, so at least that doesn't clash with LPL for sure. Well, let's get ourselves some more hype music on again, shall we? Hey, Vidsujin, good to see you. Sorry I haven't been paying attention to the other YouTube things. I notice you're more biased towards certain teams and direct your predictions. The thing is, if I say something about a team, I say it from a position of confidence, and I say it from a position of analysis. Always happy to be wrong. I love all of my LPL teams, and here in the finals, both of these teams have deserved to get, they deserve to be here. Top Esports, incredible lower bracket run. Anyone's Legend have not lost a series this split. As we go into our draft 3. Draft has been so under the microscope. Tabe and Hom have a lot of work to do. Kalista, up and available currently, should probably just be banned as that last one. I don't really think there's a Kalista answer available. The red side bans in all games have been Skarner, Rumble, Kalista, and it's the first pick Ambessa for 369. That champion, the Vi of the top lane, really. Kind of ironic, I guess. Talking about Arcane being on opposite sides of the conflict. Other side of it, what do you do for Hope and Kyle? A lot of the melee supports are gone. Do you have to go for an Ashe Braum? You could go for an Ashe Renata if you want to lock the Ashe. Ashe feels like it's quite dangerous. Ooh, Nocturne locks in though. Takes away a Nocturne potentially from an Ambessa combo. Both of them diving onto the same target. Does make it harder to hit the Ambessa roll, of course, if they're locked in towards that, but nice. Hey Amber, good to see you. Good to see everyone in chat as well. Okay, so Top Esports, what is their plan? Kanavi Lee Sin? Yeah, that's a pretty nice one to do. Are we taking the Sylas? Banned away in game 2 by Anyone's Legend on blue side. Cream onto Sylas. Incredible pick for him. I think his series has been good so far. His game 2 on the Aurora was a bright spark for Top Esports in quite a dark scenario. Triple melee top side. Could go, well, the Sejuani's banned, so you can't play towards that yourself. Sylas being able to steal the Paranoia, being able to steal the Ashe are already pretty good already. Shanks might lock in the Orianna. And it is the Lee Sin locked in on top side, not the Viego. Kanavi had a 13 kill Lee Sin in our last round. And folks, let me introduce you to my favorite combination within League of Legends. Galio has a hero's entrance. Sylas has a villain's entrance. Get ready for absolute cinema. We saw it at Worlds last year. Everyone with their superhero landings. I love the Sylas into Galio matchup purely just so I can scream out villain's entrance in a team fight. Second round. 80 carries not picked up Jackalove just yet. Lane dominance was absolutely crucial for Anyone's Legend in that last game. Jackalove had an incredible game, though, in game 1 on the Misfortune, despite being a little bit behind in game. Hope picked up a lot of early kills in game 1. Ezreal banned away, no Jhin. Varus gone. A lot of the utility things are gone at this point. Spicy top side for Top Esports? Yeah, it is. 3 melees, lots of mobility to close people down. What do you pick into this Ambessa then? What's the play there? Flandre, you got something special for this finals? That would be something special. Hovering over the Quinn. Bit of the shy special, really, for the LPL. Could go for the Camille Galio. Camille Nocturne Galio. God damn, that's a nasty combo. Now the question is, do you have to go Xayah as Jackalove? Do you have to go Xayah? I don't know if you can survive this combo any other way. However, I believe the last time that Anyone's Legend played against Top Esports, they saw Jackalove Xayah and they absolutely stomped down on it. You have to go for the Xayah. There's no Rakan to go with it. You can go for maybe you can go for a Renata as well, or Rel. And you're absolutely right. Sylas can now steal the Hextech Ultimatum and get himself a Chemtech Compromise instead. I think you go Rel here. Rel makes a lot of sense. You can disrupt the initial combo very well. Now, with the Rel locked in, you can go for the Braum and once again go for lane dominance through this bot side. Ashe Braum really does hurt them there. Nautilus, better for your actual dive combo, though. Much better for your dive combo. Does give a Nautilus ult over to Sylas, though. Need to be careful with that. You know what? With that in mind, I would actually not go for the Nautilus. I would go for the Braum instead. It's a slightly worse ult to steal. Goes for the Lulu. Alright, so now Wild Growth being able to be stolen by the Sylas, but that's not as impactful. I think the Lulu makes sense here. To Tabe. Really stressing the importance of something to his players there. Getting very animated. So, top esports. They have themselves a spicy top side and a Xayah to try and defend them against not just a Nocturne Camille, not just a Camille Galio, but all three on the same team with an arrow flying over the top as well. Kyle has an important job on this Lulu to try and keep this Ashe alive as the one consistent damage source. Blue side has won all 3 of our games so far. And I have to say, walking away from this, I think I feel a bit better about anyone's Legends team. I think I do. Kanavi on Lee Sin, though, does absolute miracles. Absolute miracles he does. Tarzan on Nocturne, though, definitely nothing to be sniffed at all the same. Alright, let's get ourselves into game. Oh, Braum was banned. Thank you, Nan. I appreciate it. Hard to keep track of everything. Game 3, all things level. Getting onto the Rift to see how the crowd are feeling about our first 2 face-off between these 2 teams. Massive dive combo from anyone's Legend. Top esports, not without their aggressive options too, though. Let's hear those gyros. Potential group up here at the level 1. Ashe, very strong level 1, of course. And top esports not the best at that part of the game. Walking in. And what do they want? Do they want a lane swap? I suppose they don't. I thought they would want to go for standard lanes. Both teams grouping up as 5. Don't spot out that ward, though, importantly. So, no extra XP at level 1. Didn't scout out the whole brush. That's a bit of a oopsie. Bot side jungle currently belongs to anyone's Legend. And they are stood on the... Ah, guys. Guys, come on. Oh, dear. Well, full information over to anyone's Legend. Bit of an awkward one. Crisp not walking up and scanning the whole thing. Wrap to start for both jungles. 369, Flandre, both sat in mid lane. Sharing XP. Means they can go towards the weak side of the map at level 2 and survive a lot more easy if there were to be a dive to come in. Ooh, missing out on those chains from Cream. Worth noting. Really worth noting. Sylas doesn't win the individual match versus Galio that well anymore. Used to at a point in time. Very hard for him to win right now. Needs to kind of go for like a Leandries or like a more Rift Maker focus later on. Cream, a very good Sylas player though, folks. If you're not familiar with Cream Sylas, I think you're in for a treat here. His Sylas Akali. His melee assassin is typically very, very strong. Kanavi doing a full topside clear. Tarzan doing the same on the bot side. Jack Love and Crisp escaping the early levels of the Ashe Lulu, which can be very, very obnoxious. Triple melee topside into Galio, kind of drove it. You see, I'd agree with you, but it's Kanavi's Lee Sin. And what happens if you dive past them onto Hope? All it has to do, because here in the LPL, yes, that makes sense. However, LPL teams are typically very good at threading the needle and getting the carries that they need to. Now, what happens if they just somehow dive onto Hope and kill him? Or they catch someone out and they get rid of those cooldowns. If you're fighting with all cooldowns, yes, I think anyone's Legend is the better comp. If you manage to blow the Camille ult, the Galio ult, catch out Kanavi so he's out of Tarzan so he's out of position, that changes. And if you look at the team from top esports, when it's 3v3s, 2v2s, I think they have a lot of ability to snowball plays. There's not only a Galio, well, there's not only a Sylas, there's not only a Lee Sin, there's not only an Ambessa. All of these champions can blow cooldowns like that. This is the LPL, this is the LPL way. This is the LPL way. If I were to describe... Ah, nice from Cream, denying the cannon. If I were to describe the LPL in one key skill in League of Legends, it is cooldown battling. Cooldown economy. Very, very good at taking cooldowns off of timers to make sure that the play becomes a lot harder the next time. 3v3 in this bot side. Kanavi on Lee Sin. Very powerful at this timestamp. Very, very powerful. However, Hang on, can you get the move speed? Yes, he can. Rel getting caught down a little bit. Good route back. Safeguard means that Crisp is a little safer. 4 men on bot side from anyone's Legend. Ambassador pushing in towards top side. 3 plates going down, but no one actually got that last gold there. Worth noting. Oh, no, they did. They just did. Just did. Well, they hadn't at that point. Being completely zoned out from this bot side. Nasty stuff. Is anyone going to teleport down here? We could have had 369 teleport to the turret at level 3. Choosing not to. Silas teleporting back towards mid lane as well. This is 2 full waves being denied from here. I suppose there are waves being denied on top side as well. So Ambessa gaining a lot here. Anyone's Legend really brute forcing through this bot side. This isn't even an ARAM. This is an A. Oh, well, I probably can't say ARAB. It's flash forwards. Chris goes in. Q connects with the Lee Sin. Is he following up? Of course he is. His body's telling him yes. Silence makes his way down to the play, and the Galio is nowhere to be seen. Tarzan flashes, but is it enough? It'll see him to safety, but it won't save the little Lulu. They denied so many waves, but it just does not matter. Kanabi Lee Sin strikes again. 1-0-1. Cream also making his way to the play. Cream gets a couple of stacks on the Dark Seal, courtesy of that kill there. And the early play from anyone's Legend. Ambitious, but effective to deny those waves. Worth noting that when Top Esports were talking about what they had improved the most throughout this lower bracket run, they said it was their lane swap and early game defense. This is the kind of skills that they were talking about. What happens here? Stops out that... doesn't stop out the recall. Goes completely off of vision, and then they just don't respect the break in waves. They don't respect it at all. Great timing from Chris to go in there and Kanavi to follow up. This is where the time step is so powerful. How many summoners do they lose? Well, they lose a bunch of flashes. So many, actually. They don't get any kills either, worth noting. Ambessa is now very far ahead in terms of that Camille matchup. He's a full level up on the Camille. That is not what you want to see at all. Mid lane's now shifting into... Bot lane's now shifting into mid lane. Herald spawned. Not Herald, Grubs, that's the one. Shanks level 6. That's important. First ult of the game. Very, very powerful. Cream, not a level 6 yet himself. Shanks got himself the extra XP from that mid lane wave as the roam came through. I think top esports... Hang on a second. What's happening here? Is there going to be a player towards top side? Only level 4 Camille. I think if you're going towards that, you die. Jackalove. Hit by Kyle. Shanks walking away from the Grubs. Now you can see that Shanks is losing out a bunch of XP as well. XP, again, very, very high for 369 compared to Flandre. Cream getting some plates. Passive from Silas and Tower does a lot of work. And this is why, you know, even though AL have the better 5v5 comp and Top Esports have played some unorthodox things. Oh, that's okay. Repudiate tanks that. Top Esports have been very good at playing difficult compositions. And when they have good skirmishers, a champion with agency from Kanavi, you just can't look at the compositions in the same way. You can't look at it in the same way that you would do in the EU, in Korea. Teams play differently here. Now, that doesn't mean if you come up against an LCK or an or EU team, maybe it doesn't work out that way when you play against those teams. But really here, so much to be said about the way that Top Esports are very, very good at fighting cooldown for cooldown. Finding these gaps in the puzzle. Tarzan has level 6. Kanavi hit it just before this point. So the Paranoia online. Cream probably going to steal the Galio ult for his first game. Needs to be careful though, because you can't cast that Paranoia. The hero's entrance, or the villain's entrance rather, when that Paranoia goes down. Unlike it's something like a Shen ult, where you actually no, I think you can if you click on champion portraits. Kyle over the wall. Remember, Kyle doesn't have flash. There is a chance you can go in here. Stun over the wall. Not going to go for the fight. I suppose they're a little afraid of the Galio ult coming in. Especially if that allows Nocturne to stand, fight, stack up the Conqueror. And Nocturne is very, very good at damaging people. Oh, arrow hits on Jackalove. Captain Jack gets away from that. Cream taking some heavy trades here. E from Shanks gets himself to phase rush. So, bit of a bot lane advantage for anyone's legend. Solo lane topside advantage in its entirety, advantage towards top esports. JackAlove been pushed down in terms of XP. Not falling out of the game completely though. 369 doing well enough in the individual matches, keeping the push open. Grub's in a minute and a minute 30. Dragon up currently. I think top esports need to be really careful of this first Galio ult of the game. What they really want to do is deny one of those big cooldowns. As we were saying, you really need to just deny one of these big cooldowns before it kind of becomes a problem. So, do top esports with that in mind, spend more time in side lanes, try and look for a 2v2. Teleport coming back up for Flandre, there's one for Shanks, and there's of course double globals of Tarzan and Shanks with their ultimates. How do you start pulling apart this puzzle? They've done it before. Kanavi could hop over the wall here, see if Flandre wants to go in and do something funny. Grubs are up, not Grubs, Krugs, he'll take them for now. Dragon not started on the other side just yet. Xayah actually alone in a 1v2 in mid lane. Does mean that they do pick up some extra XP. Chris gonna fall down in that. So Chris not gonna have early ult, which is a bit annoying. Kyle will have that wild growth soon. 3-man play towards top side, 3-man play towards bot side. Flandre gets hit. No eclipse just yet from Kanavi. W from Flandre will give him some. Stunned out of the hook shot. And completely taken down. Kicked into the wall. Flandre goes down. Feats of strength taken by top esports. First turret looked like it's going towards AL. This time Xayah 1v1 against the Nocturne in the mid lane. Force the ult and the flash out. Ult for ult. Tower not taken his bot side just yet. Cream does have, steals the wild growth just in case a big dive comes in, I suppose. Needs to be a little careful here. Turret still going down. And this is a bit of a problem for Cream. He's going to go down sooner or later. Turret dies. Is he going to cast a roll growth on himself? Yes, he is. I mean, it's a lot of damage coming through. Flashes away. He goes towards the tri-brush, and has he made it out? Hope, does he flash over? He doesn't need to. Fires an arrow over the wall. Hope headshots Cream down into the dirt. First tower taken by anyone's legend. Teleport now from Shanks into the mid lane. Cream uses the flash, uses the ultimate. What does he get for it? Oh, I guess a flash from Shanks. Ult from Hope. Dragon now taken by anyone's legend. Grubs on the top side, being taken down by top esports. On the other side of the map, so 3-3 in the total Grub score. Kanavi, once again, very far ahead in the individual matchup in jungle. Kanavi's been fantastic. Tarzan, I think that I would have voted him as my best jungler for the entire split so far, but Kanavi, very, very much on the shortlist. Very, very much on the shortlist. It's so cool to see this combination of coach and player from Tabe Tarzan, Hom Kanavi, reach their way to this finals and be so critical to their team's success. So cool to see them playing the way that they do in fearless drafting with so many different compositions. Level up from 369 onto Flandre right now. Oh, dodged that on the tactical sweep. Kyle and Hope in river. No Herald, of course, right now. Losing that Scuttle Crab. All the big cooldowns available from anyone's legend. That's why top is also a little bit touchy right now. JackAlove down 1,200 gold to Hope, who got a lot of plates on that bot side. Got the kill as well onto Cream. Game 1 was all about JackAlove, really. Game 2, all about Hope. And once again, here in Game 3, forcing out another cleanse from JackAlove. The Untold Wild Arrows, very high damage first item from Hope, gives you a lot more AD than some other options. Wanting to be the primary carry of this team if he can be, in terms of the DPS threat, and he absolutely has that right to. He's the one person who has that kind of consistent DPS. Especially until Camille gets towards late game and starts to hit people with 3 items over the head. So, even enough in gold. First dragon to anyone's legend. Bot lane lead, once again going to anyone's legend though. I think for all the praise that JackAlove and Crisp have had over the split, and especially over the course of this playoffs, Hope and Kyle, great showing from them so far. Great showing from them. Kyle, we knew he was going to be good coming in from the LCK. We knew that. Such a good player coming in over from Korea last year into anyone's legend, alongside Croco onto anyone's legend. A belief in a dream and a new project. Tabe joining in summer last year. And they've been something special. They have been something special, they have. Hope, I don't know whether people just forgot about him from 2022. But he's not exactly been in the limelight for a little while. This is his time to really prove his stuff again. You know, he won an LPL title in an AD carry centric meta against LPL AD carries. That is an incredible achievement, folks. Not many people can do that. Not many people can do that. Hope beating Jackalov in prime Zeri meta back in 2022 Summit. Jackalov, of course. Insane level of form from him over the last few years. Camille, ult the Camtech compromise, pulled out by Cream, pulls him away from the hook shot. Does that make a difference? I think it bloody well does. Ignite comes through, and Flandre goes down. Cream outplaying the Camille, pinging them back with their own ultimate. The Camtech compromise, stolen by Silas. So, that's good. Taking away the flash, taking away the ult from Flandre. That's part of the individual play you need to see out of top esports to deny some of these bigger combos later on into the game. You need to do this. But denying stuff like the Camille flash and all will make it easier for Jackalov to survive. Watch this. Steals the Hextech ultimatum. We call it the Camtech compromise when it's Silas's version. Goes beyond the tactical sweep. Doesn't even give him the shield there. Uses the ult and the flash. Goes down to the ignite. A Q from Lee Sin. Helps Hag tag onto that too. Herald now spawning in a minute. Dragon in a minute too. Camille ult coming up soon enough, I suppose, but doesn't have that flash this time. Tarzan completes his jungle item. Kanavi level 10 though. 1,000 gold up, has the Eclipse. Kanavi's Lee Sin, look, he's one of the few people that makes me believe Lee Sin is actually a good champion right now. I think in Fearless, being able to pull that out in moments like this, absolutely insane. Kanavi's Lee Sin, man, so entertaining to watch this. He has his ult, has his flash, has Gust Walker too, so he moves around the map incredibly quickly. Watch to see how he can just wander around the map, get somewhere quickly, make a play. 369. 2 level advantage now on Flandre. 2 levels up. We're a level and a half in terms of absolute XP. We're level 11 to level 9. At this break point, absolutely insane. Shank's level 11, of course, and slightly up on Cream. So worth noting that as well. This Ambassador could absolutely make a mess of things, especially if the Camille is shut down. Who stops the Ambassador? You know, there's potential for a polymorph, but then if you're polymorphing them, you're not onto the Lee Sin or the Silas. Suppose you can say, well, you know, 80 carry difference right now. Hope 1,000 gold up. Very happy with where he is. Zeal gives him an extra bit of movement speed as well, especially alongside the Whimsy. This Ashe is going to be hard to close down. 369 getting their first turret for the game in topside. Dragon up, Herald up. One more objective for anyone's legend will give them the feats of strength. Herald taken by Kanavi. Being taken by Kanavi, not taken yet, of course. Trying to gun this one down. So, Chris walking over Vision. You'll know where he is. That's important. That rel could be so critical for this next fight. Kyle, a lot of emphasis on this Lulu to make sure that Engage is stunted from top esports. Ashe are up from Hope as well. Do they fire at someone? Teleport coming in from the Ambassador. Going through the turret point. That was dangerous there. Kyle caught out alone now. He has to use the Wild Growth. Does have the flash, but has to use it anyway. Teleport now coming in from Cream. That might be a bit bold there. My son goes out. Does get away from Moses and Ambassador. Goes into the backline, as does Chris. The hero's entrance comes in, but is it enough? I don't think it is. Top esports push anyone's legend to the bottom of the barrel in a 5 for none. Crisp with a magnet storm from the gods. Oh my god, Crisp. That was our worry. How much does it take to save the Ashe? What happens if you don't have the Wild Growth? What happens if you don't have the Lulu in position? Well, it's that, folks. It is that. Dragon's gonna get taken by top esports. Mid lane turret taken. An absolutely stunning play from top esports. Ambassador into the backline. Crisp into the backline. The whole team of anyone's legend falls apart. Insane wombo combo. This is why, whenever you see the drafts and I say, well, you know, great combo on the other side, it looks like it's easier to play. I've stopped judging top esports and how easy their composition is to play now. Lee Sin is not easy to play on this meta. Playing this combo is not easy to play on this meta, but top esports are so damn good at figuring out the comfort on their champions. Insane play from them. Insane. This is the kind of play which wins you championships. Bad positioning by Kyle. Should not have separated. Waste the Wild Growth. Waste the flash. Doesn't want to get flash kick back into the team. Teleport comes through, and Ambessa goes freaking mental. And Crisp is there to buy him extra time. Yeah, a 4-man stolen Wild Growth. Gets a quadruple knockup, and Chris survives through. That's an insane stolen Wild Growth. What a wombo combo. You only see it like that here in the LPL. Can they do it again? No big cooldowns available. Well, so a lot of the big cooldowns wasted from Anyone's Legend. Herald going down. Tarzan, does he look for a smite fight? Can't get it. Do we see a big play afterwards? Ambassador going in, and he finds the AD carry. Is it enough this time? The villain's entrance used, and the Ashe goes down again. Hope cannot stand and fight. There are not enough cooldowns. Top esports have blown the defensive tools time and time again. They get themselves the Herald, and Anyone's Legend cannot play through their combo. This was the worry. It's great when everything's online. How likely are you to have that here in the LPL? The answer is not likely enough. Top esports, it's only the one kill this time, but they'll take it. Shanks. Not able to save his AD carry. He doesn't use his ult that time. Cream. Great stolen ults from him so far. Fantastic stolen ults from him so far. What happens this time? Looks up for the smite steal. Flandre's trying to ward out on one side. Ambassador just gets a pinpoint all into the Ashe. The villain's entrance comes in afterwards. The stolen Galio ult slaughters the Ashe. And at that point, your damage is gone. Your Camille's not a threat right now. You need this Ashe to be doing damage. Wait, they didn't pick up the Herald. You go. Whatever. I mean, they've taken a lot of the turrets. Whatever. They don't get the Herald. Whatever. They do actually get it for the feats of strength, so I guess they don't care with that. And we have the Voracious Atacon on the Rift. Chris, spotted out by the 3 members. Top esports in a commanding position now. 6k gold. Anyone's Legend, they haven't been able to pull an aggressive combo this entire game so far. It's a big problem. It's a big, big problem. Riftmaker almost built up for Cream as well. That'll make the individual matchup versus Shanks much, much nicer. Even though Shanks has the pen boots, gives him some more damage. Really feel like this Silas is going to start taking over that. Bot lane turret's going to fall down. 369 does have teleport in case anything goes wrong. How good has Kanavi been to 2,000 gold up individually? 369, 2 unassisted pinpoint ultimates onto the AD carry in a row. That kind of thing is championship winning. Nocturne, does he go towards the top side? Here comes the Galio, and there are some GAs to be burned. Jackalope Cream's going to go down, rather. Crisp uses his flash. Or rather, doesn't use it. Or, yes, he does. Goddamn, that summoner spell is hard to track when they stop flicking in and out to Hexgate and Hex and stuff. Whatever. It's not important. Towers falling everywhere. Top esports, full court push. Yes, they end up dying on the top side, but it's a false death. Cream's back on the map. He has teleport. There's no death timers. Inhib down in mid lane. Bot lane has tower go down as well. And the dragon is up in a minute. Would be second dragon for either team. Top esports with their feats of strength, of course. Don't need it for that. Anyone's Legend. Getting blown apart here. Third game of blue side being dominant in a row. Cream in such a good position on the Silas as well. Jesus Christ, Kanavi's 2 levels over the Camille. Jungle, 2 levels up over the enemy top laner. That is not natural, folks. That ain't right. Check him PC. Is not normal. Ah, yeah, Riftmaker completed. Shanks does not want that battle anymore. Kanavi has found himself a combination with Chris, potentially onto Hope. He has Flash and he has Barrier. Is it enough? Goes on to KL instead. And Hope is left to the Wolves. Who are they going to gift it over to? Yeah, Crisp. Give it to the Rel. Insane game from the supporter top esports after a very strange game too. Wild Growth stolen. Is that going to be enough? I don't think it is. Cream goes down because he takes too many tower shots. But the rest of the team do not care. Tarzan gonna get jumped on by Jackulov. He has the GA still. The tower's gonna fall, and Anyone's Legend are clutching at straws. 4 dead just for Cream, who for some reason uses the Wild Growth not on himself and chooses to die honorably. Top esports. 10,000 gold up in 23 minutes. This will be a quick one, folks. This game is going to end soon. Can we have a back and forth game 5, please? So I'll get right on that. I'll make sure that yeah, I'll make sure the teams know, you know. Dragon Next up on the menu, huge wards on top side, folks. Whenever you win a play, drop wards behind you. Even if you lose the play, drop them. Look on the minimap there. So many wards to answer with. Also into the bot lane as well. Ambassador completely safe to push up here. We have not seen an aggressive Ashe ult blow more than a cleanse from Jacula. The Paranoia, similarly. One top lane dive, got rid of some Atacon buffs. And let's not talk about Flandre. Down 3,300 gold. It's actually less than the jungle matchup. Kanavi having a jungle lead in every game of this series. An exceptional series from the multi-LPL title winner, Kanavi, who's part of that super team on JDG 2023, of course. He was there since 2020. Both of these players faced off a couple of times now in finals. LNG versus JDG in 23 summer. Tarzan was there for that. 5-game series. Tarzan couldn't get it done. They came through the lower bracket in that one too, worth noting. This time, Kanavi. Oh, Chris comboing up again, and Asher lands onto the Lee Sin. That's a big combo coming through, and they do get the Xayah. How much more can they get after this point? There's a stolen Villain's entrance, and Cream starts to let rip. Hope is alive, but Ambessa has entered the play. Is that enough? Chris makes it out alive. Now the double spinning carries start to do the damage. Cream gets one. Shanks is only just there to be butchered by the Ambessa, and the solo lanes of Top Esports completely turn around the fight. A triple kill to Cream on his Silas. Ambessa once again making the difference, though, to give them both the space to turn things around. Can they stop for the rest of the game? No, they can't. Thought that could be the end of the game right there. But Anyone's Legend will have one last fight in them. They do catch out the Xayah. They managed to shut down the Lee Sin and catch Crisp off too. Still, 4 for 3. You can see how much work is being done by these solo laners of Top Esports. A great combo. This is the first time we've seen the combo genuinely land onto the people it needs to from Anyone's Legend, and it's still not enough. The Lulu and the Ashe doing a great job of peeling back, but Cream hits a crucial E onto the backline. Ambessa misses the ult this time. God, could have been even better for them if that one had hit. But one of the skill shots hits. Tarzan even flashing to try and save his AD carry. Just ends up putting them both into the grave. Baron started. Anyone's Legend. What are they looking for? They have Paranoia, I suppose. Could fly over the wall. Ashe Arrow lands onto Kanavi. They don't have vision of the HP. Cream flies over the wall. Paranoia comes down. Cream, he has an ult steal. He can steal Paranoia himself. He flies in. Tarzan goes straight onto, and they're trying to burst the Baron. Isn't going to be enough at 2,000 HP. I don't think it's going to work out just like that. And I think Tarzan will just about die. It's so close. It was so close. The Smite could have had it. Kanavi almost throwing that away, but they will get it. Ambessa lives to tell the tale. Hope sadly cannot say the same thing, and in 27 minutes Top Esports will walk at the Nexus and bring us to a 2-1 series in favor of the team from the lower bracket, putting on to match points. Towers go down. Even if they'd stolen the Baron, would it have really mattered? No, not really. Anyone's Legend blasted off the map. A 5,000 top lane gold mid-jungle difference. Top lane 4.2k. Utter destruction from the top side of Top Esports. There were doubts about the draft, but this is Top Esports. They have a way of putting those to rest. 2-1 to Top Esports as it stands. Well, folks, time to see if we get ourselves a 3-1 or a 3-2. Blue side has won every game so far. I have to say, that last draft didn't exactly feel like it was a blue side difference. I mean, yes, the bans definitely play into things. That's not a draft you'd normally see, though, is it? Oh, boy. Well, folks, Top Esports match point Tarzan about to potentially bow out of another finals. Another finals. What a heartbreak that would be. What a heartbreak that would be. I think I agree. I would argue Red side got the better draft that game. I think Top Esports just played to comfort. Kanavi's Lee Sin, incredible game from him. Incredible game from Kanavi and Lee Sin. In terms of the player of the game, though, I think it probably has to be. I mean, Crisp with that wombo combo. I think that Rel was cute, was crazy. Kanavi also up there. I think Ambessa's ults were insane. Cream on the Silas. It's not really a bad option here. So, on to game 4, and time to see whether we can get ourselves into a, close conflict or not. Who do you reckon our MVP is? Who do you reckon it is, chat? What an insane series this will be if Shanks if Shanks gets his first title. You have an idea for the podcast? What's your idea for the podcast, Seraph? Am I a fan of Lagama? I am an absolute beloved, devout follower of Lagama. I use it in so much stuff. Lagama is the best chili oil. It is wonderful. I think the problem is the top problem is ban pick. I mean, to an extent. But also, I think the lane swap... I mean, basically, as soon as they lost that play on bot side, the game fell very hard for top lane. Ambassador just got ahead in the individual matchup, pushed Camille in for forever. Yeah. Tarzan is on his Worlds form. Hey, he was good last Worlds. I'm not taking that slander. I'm not taking all of that slander. I bet you're feeling pretty good, Dark World, as the top esports fan in chat. Do either of the junglers play Pantheon? Tarzan is the best Pantheon in the LPL. He's very, very good. Make a top 3 to 5 players of the week? We absolutely could do that. Could do. Mid and jungle are too weak. I mean, I think in this series, I think that you've got to say that Cream and Kanavi have been better players than Shanks and Tarzan so far. I really like AL too. Yeah, I mean, I love both these teams. I'm not coming into this with a favor for either side. I love both of these teams. This game was quite a clear win. Don't have much hope for anyone's legend next game. Well, blue side has won every game. AL will be back on it. And then it'll be oh god, are we going to get a 1v1 to determine the bloody title? Jesus, that'd be insane. Oh boy. Yeah, and I think Chris walks away with MVP for me. 91% kill participation, incredible wombo around the dragon. Not dragon, around the herald. Yeah, the herald. I want anyone's legends to evolve into absolute legends. They are pretty good at doing that. Just replace game 5 with a 1v1 might be better for the heartbreak, I think. What an incredible combo. Insane combo. Harold, are you in chat still? Do you see what I mean about cooldown blowing? Yeah, whenever I just see these kind of skirmishy comps from top esports, I'm just like, yeah, I mean, there's a great wombo on the other side. How often are you going to have everything available? And will it actually save the carry? You have one carry to save. If everything goes down onto them, as we can see multiple times in this game, you have the wild growth onto them. You have the Galio ult too. It's just not enough. If AL loses this, isn't this like the 5th or 6th time, 5th or 6th second place finish for Tabe? Well, he did it on BLG. He did it on BLG in 23 spring. 2024, he left BLG. Which teams was he on before that? Because he was on RNG as a coach as well. Game 5 blind pick would be so much hype. Bring it back to the old OGN days. Yeah, that'd be insane. I mean, it would be kind of fun. I miss Game 5 blind pick. I'm not sure it was actually the best thing ever, but hey. I mean, what we see in LDL is kind of blind pick game 5 for Fearless, because it allows you to kind of, you know, do all the learning of champion pools, but then the last game you get to replay something. Do the greatest hits. I think, yeah. It feels crap doing blind pick. What you'd have to do is do blind pick, and then before you load in, be able to choose your runes. Because I think having bad runes in some matchups really sucks. So you need to do blind pick and then get like another minute to determine like your strategy and stuff. Game 5 blind pick to see Kanavi's Tarzan both play Skarner. That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. I agree. Okay, folks. I guess we'll see MVP and then I'll put us on break again. Imagine Worlds with the Game 5 blind pick. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I do understand why people don't like the blind pick. I do understand that, but yeah. Would be kind of hype. Yeah, the Royal MVP kind of has to be, doesn't it? What a great game by Crisp. Oh, Doonby's in the crowd? Oh wait, no, Doonby made a tweet. I had a delightful holiday with my family in Xi'an, which is where playoffs are taking place. So I was surprised one day my son came to watch my match. So his son came to watch him. Aww. Being an esports dad is something truly magical. That's adorable. Chris gets MVP. Okay, folks, I'm gonna go put an ad break on Twitch, and we will be back shortly. That game 5, Z versus Z in 2013, for sure, that play is the most played, it's the most watched esports play of all time. How does it feel to be an esport dad, Nymaera, when we're all your children? I mean, show me your report card first. I don't know. What do parents do? What else do parents do? Be right back, folks. This is not the actual LPL music. This is Sessions Diana, because it's copyright free and the LPL music gets me copyright struck, so... Okay, folks. Top Esports pull ahead. Blue side currently 3-0 in the series. No one has won on red side just yet. We're assuming that Top Esports will go back towards it, but we're getting deep into champion pools now, like deep into them. Top Esports, I think they really need to focus on bot lane laning phase now, honestly. I really think that Hope has looked really powerful when he's been ahead. I think Top Esports needs to be very aware of the fact that bot lane has been... Yeah. It's been very destructive. Okay. Close towards that game 4. Once again, I voiced my sadness over the lack of pentakill. I can change that for you, Katari. I can get some of that in. And folks, I mean, yeah, if you have copyright-free music you want me to play, I can put it on, I guess. Yeah, no, I completely agree, Fatal. Sessions Diana, I've had that on. It's just so good to have on in the background. I'm a big fan of that kind of chill music. Well, folks, what more is there to say about the series? Kanavi, incredible series from him so far. I think Kanavi and Hom together have really pulled some magic out. Kanavi 369 and Hom have been one of the most successful combos in Global League history. Okay, right, so no Lulu on the table. That means less Jinx Lulu, less Zeri Lulu. That changes things quite a lot. Actually, AL picking the Lulu that last game removes a win condition from future drafts, because that champion is nasty as heck. Upper ban from the Talia one? I didn't even know there was a Talia Sessions one, actually. I should go check that out, I'm not sure. I will definitely check that out at some point. So, right. Yeah, well, why does this leave bot lane? I mean, mid lane, there's still a couple of picks left, obviously. We've had Ari. We haven't had Orianna yet. We haven't had Victor or Hui. Syndra's potentially on the table too. I haven't checked my own YouTube channel a bit. Whoopsies. It's all good. Cool. If Top Esports win, it'll be the fourth 369 Kanavi title in a row. That's ridiculous. That's so crazy, actually. And of course, remember when they did win that title back in 22 summer? They had Hope as their AD carry. No, so they weren't playing as a trio in last year. So, like, in terms of when they've played as a trio, it's their fourth in a row. Because obviously they split apart, where you had Kanavi and 369 go to separate teams, Hom go back. Hey, just want to say thanks for all the company and co-streams through these years for the LPL games. Thank you. That is a very kind thing to say, Satellite. Do you think we'll get Lysandra in Eddie Failer series? If you need a niche LeBlanc counter, I guess. I think it's quite unlikely, but you have to practice that kind of stuff pretty heavily. Let's change the vibes up again, folks. Well, Yuumi might be on the table now, folks. Normally at this point in the series, you start looking towards Jinx Lulu, Zeri Lulu, and stuff like Yuumi as well. Karma as well on the table. Ezreal Karma, very powerful too. That's probably the next one, Ezreal Karma. And you're absolutely right, Alcapol. Lulu is gone. Lulu was used last game. So what do you use in terms of enchanters? What do you use? You could go towards something like the Nautilus as well. That was left up. They could have picked that last game, could have Anyone's Legend, but they chose not to. Didn't want to give the Nautilus ult over to the Silas, I think, which, you know what? Don't disagree. Cream already did enough damage there. Do you want Lysandra support? Used to be the Rakan cancer, yeah. Nautilus, Braum, Renata are available. Yep, forfeit. I completely agree. Completely agree in them being the, yeah. Close towards our draft. Well, we've had a chat about what supports are available, a couple of our AD carries as well. Sivir seems powerful right now. Ezreal Karma. Maybe, dare I say it, a Yuumi angle for either of these teams. What else have we got? Maybe we start seeing something weird. Samira's, Neela's, Twitch. Elise support potentially on the table too. Not many people really risk that nowadays. Well, Anyone's Legends on the blue side. Tarbe, their coach. Top Esports with Hom on the red side. Kalista, still available. Almost certainly going to be banned. Every single game the series, red side has banned Skarner, Rumble, Kalista. And red side has still lost every single game. Anyone's Legend, banning away some of the more niche win conditions. Viego resets. Nah for 369 in the top lane. Top lane difference has been insane this series. I think that 369 has been incredible throughout this playoffs run. Akali taken away from Cream. And Shanks goes towards the Azir. Very powerful pick for him. 369 and Cassandra, that'll be powerful. Not that much which deals with him that in the top lane anymore. Wow. If you're saying what's left there to deal with him, hovering over that cannon, that's what he used to beat BLG with. Game 4 in that matchup. Cassandra locked in. Surprised it's made its way to this point of the series. Hasn't been banned that much. But it hasn't necessarily been the diving top laner that they've needed. Junglers, a lot of questions about that now. Do we start getting towards Pantheon angles? Sejuani unbanned. You can go towards that. Kanavi not had the best win rate in Sejuani this year because he really wants more tools to be aggressive on a personal level rather than combo off of teammates necessarily. Hui locked in for Cream. It's one of his better mage picks. Do you think red side disadvantage will continue to be this bad at first hand? We'll see what lane swaps do to it, because different lanes are going to be picked. Different top lanes, different bot lanes. It's going to completely change the meta, because you can't just swap away from bad bot lane or top lane matchups anymore. Both teams looking like they're going towards a more traditional front to back in this one. Much less about diving, getting onto the back line. Both teams have been playing effectively around that. Strong front lines, long range back lines. Corki locked in for Hope. Jackalov, what does he feel like doing? We've already talked about some of our different bot lanes. Could go towards an Ezreal. Ezreal Karma, very, very powerful. You probably want an AD carry here. Ooh, that'd be different, wouldn't it? Hovering over that, Zeri. Did say that Tarzan may be the best Pantheon in the LPL. Could be locked in for Kanavi here too. Great macro options if you locked it in. And Kanavi has been so good in this series so far. 3 games, 3 multiple thousand gold advantages for Kanavi in the jungle matchup. Tarzan, sadly, for him, he's not had the best record in finals. God, it would be so galling to see him lose another one potentially. Does mean you pass up the Ezreal though. As Anyone's Legend, probably give up the, they probably ban away the Ezreal. I guess you can go towards either Jinx or Sivir as well. Is the outside angle of a Twitch, as we said before. Not great at laning into the Corki. Step banning away lane dominant picks. Caitlyn, okay. Wonder what Kyle's gonna go towards. Nautilus available. Banned away. No, I'm wrong. It's banned. Your engage options are getting a bit limited. If you want to go towards an Enchanter, you can ban away the Blitzcrank now. Not that it's the best combo with Corki, but later into the game, Blitzcrank Maokai is very strong. If you wanted to go towards a Karma or an Enchanter, Blitzcrank can be very powerful against them. Nico banned away. Lane dominant support has poke. Much more about lane pressure than, you know, the out-and-out kills of the Blitzcrank. Do you ban the Ezreal? Feels like Ezreal Karma is a good lock-in here for top esports. Lock in the Karma in 4, Ezreal in 5. Just in case there was a takeaway of Kyle, who goes towards that Karma. Ezreal banned away. What's the plan then, folks? Support or AD carry? Want to hide your AD carry for the last pick? Any lane dominant support you want to play towards? Could support counter pick potentially too. Lock in an AD carry. Braum last pick could work with that. Would mean that your engage is very low though. Elise. Lane dominant. Good in lane swaps as well. High risk though. High risk. Top lane and support left in for anyone's legend. Karma's lane dominant. We have talked about that. Talked about that being being very powerful. Elise is good at winning lane though, and Jack 11 Crisp have been playing through bot lane advantages exceptionally well. The Elise gives you lane swap angles as well, remember? So, Maokai top lane can be a thing too. Maokai into the K'Sante can be a thing. Can you go towards a... can go towards an early AD jungler if you want to match the Pantheon. You can also stick it in the jungle. Tarzan is a historically good Maokai jungle player. And go towards more of a tank in that top lane. Which they do. Ornn locked in. Great engage. Maokai Ornn. That's one way to get that way to burn flash, isn't it? Last pick AD carry for JackieLove. What are you feeling like? Sivir. Zeri. Not great without the Enchanter. Draven locked in? Are you kidding me? I don't love it versus the double tanks, but it could just smash through the bot lane. It could just smash through the bot lane. If you get to a point, though, where you have to be hopscotching away from Ornn ults and Maokai ults, Draven loses this game. But if you slaughter through the bot lane and lane advantage, you can do unspeakable things. Early lane dominance is the name of the game from this bot lane from top esports. It feels like it has a timer on it, don't get me wrong. JackieLove locking in his Draven. JackieLove Draven. The streamer that went to world champion in a year. That high elo Draven main who people said in his chat, why don't you try going pro? He did, and he made it look great. On Draven to potentially get himself his first title in 5 years. Coaches shake hands, or fist bump. Tabe and Hom, legends of the scene. We cannot understate their impact on these teams. Sometimes you can wash over how good these coaches are, but I really think that Hom and Tabe, with their track records, have been so insane. 369, Kanavi, and Hom as a trio were part of that super team of JDG, and the year just before it, with Hope on it. They had 3 back-to-back titles with that roster. Technically, as a trio, they'd go to 4 if they were to win this. Took a break, of course, last year. Hom took a break. 369 and Kanavi parted ways into game 4. Could be our last game of the day, folks. Let's get onto that rift. See how the teams pilot these very different compositions. JackieLove Draven. Soul Reaver Draven, the skin he always used to play as well. Crowd is loud. So, good thing about this Draven Elise as well. Think about what you gain when you lane swap. You escape the level 1 and the level 2. That's good. What do you lose? You often die on the other side of the map. Both top laners go down. Draven is good in lane swaps because he is much more likely to get cash-ins. So, AL have a bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. Do they lane swap and potentially give JackieLove an easier cash-in on the Draven, but escape the early lane? Or do they go for standard lanes and match up into a Draven Elise, which is also very lane dominant? Wards on both sides. Hope and Kyle going towards the top side. Did they have good enough information on this? Do they know what they're walking into? Hope and Kyle will see them now. They'll see them now. JackieLove and Chris will see this. Cocoon start normally what happens with the Draven and the Elise, particularly with the CC being so high from the Cocoon level 1. You can get 2 auto attacks off on a target, which is kind of huge. Jackal going to start capturing some axes. First Q of the game from Mantra Q. And the first cocoon, so important. Where are the first skill shots coming through? Doesn't hit. That's not the ult, though. Not the mantra. Axe hits from Jackal. So important, these level 1s. Jackal getting value already. Has that lethal tempo, it looks like. Cocoon did land onto Kyle. Electrocute comes through from Crisp. Not bad in terms of the level 1, but they're losing the push to level 2. Crisp actually there goes into spider form to make sure the spiderlings could block the mantra Q, but it doesn't work. They stack up and get hit by the 2-man. Level 2 hit. Not the worst level 1 ever for Hope and Kyle. Level 2, level 3 though. All it takes is one mistake and things go bad after that point. Cream. Good trade onto Shanks. Shanks. Let's switch lanes and talk about them for a bit. Shanks on the Azir was one of his most powerful tools in his repertoire. Cream. We're going to make a Mulan parody out of him because Top Esports made a mage out of him. They made him into a Hwei player, made him into a Karma player when he joined the roster last year, despite being the melee assassin player from before that. Cream's Hwei has been very, very good for his mage play. What an important game it could be for him to get himself his first LPL title. And it's a title for someone who's not Scout, Xiaohu, Knight, Rookie. So many legendary mid laners within the LPL. Shanks and Cream both really, really putting themselves up on a pedestal here. Both of them have been waiting to be that next class of elite LPL mid laner for a while. It's hard to say that without a title sometimes. They've both been great. They've both earned their position here on this final stage. Kanavi on the Pantheon. The chance to make something happen. The waves pushing into Jackalov and Chris. Hugging that brush. A cash in for Jackalov can mean the world of difference. They spot him. They spot him. Goes into that brush. Hope dips down at the right time. So tense around this Draven. If the Draven doesn't get value, how the hell do you cut through Maokai and Ornn? They are not... Like, Draven is not a tank killer. You got to go, dodge out on the Cocoon. Jackalov, what does he do now? Till comes through from the Karma, and Jackalov is going to be collapsed down onto by Tarzan. Death for Chris. We said it was risky to play the Elise. Hope dodges out on the Cocoon, jumps forward. Chris goes down. A bad start to the bot lane, which is so important for top esports. Kanavi spotted on a ward. Shanks goes well back into his own lane. Gets hit by the W there. Does Tarzan. Doesn't manage to buffer out of that one. Important kill. Kill goes over to Karma. Kind of nasty. Draculov takes a nasty hit there. Does have cleanse. Doesn't have barrier, importantly. What happens here now? Does Draculov have to walk back from the wave because of that Q hitting? Axes keep getting caught. Q misses. Draculov needs to recall now, really. 369, of course, on Cassante as well. One of his best champions of all time. He was vying for best Cassante player in the world for a while. 2023. What a player 369 was on that year. We're waiting for the Pantheon Globals to start. It's a very good point there in chat. Very good point. As soon as Pantheon gets towards that ultimate, game changes. Losing out on the 2v2 though, not what you want. Not what you want at all. Crisp can't hit the Cocoon. Move speed from the Karma Shield helping. Kyle immediately rooting up the Draven as well. Bad flash from Crisp. They know how important that 2v2 is. Losing out on that is a big loss for the team. Cream. Trading well here in the mid lane. Good CS advantage. Really good CS advantage from the mid lane. Top lane's been even-ish so far. Level 6 hit by the Ornn. That's a bit of a problem, but I think 369 could get it off of the... I was wondering if he'd get off of that wave. No, there was actually a chance of Flundry all-inning, but he didn't have the mana. Didn't have the mana. That doesn't help. Biscuits as well coming in through 369 make it a little easier. Jackalow walking back up towards top side has Vamp Scepter now. Makes his laning phase a little bit easier. I'm really worried though for top esports. When they've fallen behind in bot lane, it has not looked great. Mantra Q hits. Tether does land. Kyle recharges his mantra a little bit quickly with that. Kind of annoying that they don't show the mantra cooldown on Kyle immediately. Kanavi going towards the grubs. Teleport in from 369, leaves that bot lane alone. Is Ornn here as well, teleporting it in. Now, do they get one? How many do they get here? It's one, they have to use the smite. Ornn's coming in. Hope. Jackalov fighting here on the top side. Valkyrie starting to do damage. Jackalov does not have barrier and Hope does. The Ornn ult has been cast on the other side of the fight. And Jackalov is alone. He doesn't have the barrier. He has a cleanse and a flash. This is not where he wants to be. He's going to be left alone and he will get shut down. Those axes are not going to get cashed in. Hope being gifted over the kill. But while this is happening, fight happens. Shanks has the ult and catches Tarzan. Top esports have thrown themselves at the grubs, and they have lost the fight. 369 not able to make a difference. Cream gets a good ult off. Chris gets one kill, but will get knocked up. 369, how much extra work can he do? 369 gets forwards with that all out. Doesn't have the flash now. Going forwards again. The Q misses just about. Needs one more shot on target. Cream has a little bit of extra. Can he get a QW? No, he can't. Full fight ends up being 4 for 1. 3 for 1, rather. Mistake after mistake. Jackulov and Chris, this bot lane has not paid off. 2 kills, I guess, for top esports. They were the first 2 of the game. 3 for 2 overall. Quite hard to track out everything. Empowered Q comes in for Kanavi first. This might be a bit too far now. Tarzan has no flash. Hope is here. He's a very powerful core. Can they get the cash in? They want to give it over to him, and he flashes for it. Knows Kanavi that takes it. Takes the cash in away from the Draven. It would have been less anyway. But that flash from Draven looks even worse now. Discoordinated. Hope is going to keep walking forwards. Crisp dies, and the early game snowball has gone to absolute hell. Anyone's legend have a gold lead. Only 1 grub taken all in all. Oh, Kanavi takes the kill after Dracula flashes for it. Miscommunication is the only thing that can explain that. I really don't understand the game plan here. Jackulov, you're fighting into a cannon wave. You don't have barrier. Hope does. Runs onto the other side of the field. Has to run away from the cannon minion. Big mistake from Jackulov. His Draven's legendary. And while all this is happening, you think, okay, well, they have a numbers advantage on the other side. Cream misplaces his E. Tarzan doesn't get that much done. And 369 doesn't even get to close down Hope that well. They do eventually get that kill, but it takes so long for them to do anything. Big mistake by the bot lane of top esports in this early game. And it puts such a timer on this game. This Draven is not going to be useful after a while, folks. The Corki will be winning the 1v1s against them. And then right here, yeah, he's lost his stacks already, but, I mean, communicate, folks. Communicate. He flashes for that last auto and Kanavi gets the kill. Communicate, folks. That extra gold could have gone away. It wouldn't have been, like, the most ever. Still a big mistake, though. 369 gonna have to W out of this. W into it, maybe. Elisa's coming up. 369 does have the ult, and he goes through onto him. Is there a teleport coming through? No, there isn't. 369 goes straight towards Kyle. He does not want to lose this game. There's a flash away. Chris gets the kill. Here comes the Azir. What can he do about this? 369 goes out to an allied minion. Chris will die on the other side. Cost the teleport. Goes into his tank form now. The ult from Markai went under turret, but I don't think he could do that much about it. 369 goes towards another allied minion. Again, while Tarzan gets one... Well, can't really get that much done. Draven, free farming, I suppose, in one lane. Pantheon gets a dragon on the other. It's not a clean play. Top esports slightly ahead in gold, though, I suppose. Farming up more waves than anyone's legend are. Jackulov falling that ult on the top, so they're going to wave clear that push towards the top. Just about powerful enough to get himself those 5 minions under turret. Nice. Cream. Oh, does not get knocked up there. Close on the timing from Flandre. Shank's going for the higher tank build, by the way, going for the Leandries first. We'll see whether he goes into Nash's Tooth or whether he goes towards a Riftmaker after, but still. Chris, going around the map now. Level 4, ult coming into wave clear here. We'll do just that. Jackulov, back in base. Not having the happiest time of things. Doesn't have his Bloodthirster just yet. 369, though. Important for him to get something out of that play. So you guys think, what should top esports pick as the ADC? I mean, I was wondering about Sivir. I think Sivir's nasty with this composition. Could have gone for the Karma 4th pick. Go for the Sivir's last pick. Sivir, Karma bot lane. Nasty movement speed. Would have given them some really good front to back and scaling options. Chose not to. Especially into the tank of the Maok already locked in. Draven does lose a lot of value. Numbers advantage for top east. Well, matching the numbers on bot side. Crisp down in XP. Does have the cocoon. Not really sure there's much you can do with it. Cream just pushing in. Okay, save this cocoon to land. Volatile Spiderling lands. Good poke on the Flandre. Trying to force him back, so at least he has to teleport, I think. Basically, all best of 5s, seeing the very best teams are just side selection diff. Does feel like that a little bit. AL did win some red side games against JDG, though. Jackulov now on bot side. Ult goes on to Kyle. What do they do with this one, though? A little bit of damage from the Molten Fissure. Kanavi coming down, as is Tarzan, though. Jaculov has cleanse. Do they get the cash in? Yes, they do. How many kills do they get? They get both onto the Draven. Jaculov back in the game. Double kill to the Draven. Hope pushing in that mid lane turret, and even Tarzan's ult are not really doing that much. Tarzan has been a little bit quiet this series. Kanavi down the bot lane first. 369, what does he do here? Trying to get with the Q. Does hit him with that. Doesn't ult over that. Gets the ult out of Shanks for free, though. Top Esports clawing their way back into the game. You look down at the bottom of the scoreboard. These are all looking pretty tasty now, aren't they? The Draven, not that far ahead, but well, not that far behind, but he was a little bit earlier, you know. Has the Bloodthirster now, can start to take harder trades, recoup up that HP afterwards. Needs to be a little bit careful. I don't want to take complete burst trades. Gets hit with another Foss Bomb as well. Buddy, you can't get hit by all of that stuff. It's a bit dangerous. A lone wave clearing in mid laning. Jaculov set behind in this game. This game could see him through to his first title in 5 years. One of the most legendary AD carries to ever play the game. Might just be about to do it again. Gets a double kill here, which puts him into a great position. The ult actually stopped by... Oh, it actually doesn't stop him. So he managed to fly under turret, get himself the stun there too. Kanavi making up for stealing that kill earlier onto Jaculov. And he'll be completely fine now. Rest of the map. Kanavi in a good position. Kasansi in a good position as well. 369. Got that Kernick Rooken. Completely fine. Laning up against either of these solo laners now. Even the Elise feels pretty good. Down in XP... that was Cream's ult, by the way. You know what I think just happened? I think Cream tried to cancel out one of his regular abilities, because normally what you do is you press Q and then QWE. Or W in the same and E in the same. R cancelled your ability. I think he ended up misclicking, uses his ult in a bad situation. The Maokai ult comes in. How much do they really lead to, though? Can they take the full turret? Yes, they can. All right, Maokai ult does get some value here. They group up there. What's happening on the rest of the map? First turret taken for anyone's legend. They have the feats of strength now. And they have the Ornn items too, so double kind of extra stat caps added to this game if it goes late game. Cream and 369 taking turrets elsewhere, though. Jaculov walking forwards, using that Bloodthirster to, again, be a bit more bullish about things. Jaculov jumped onto Hope, walks forwards, gets some good skill shots down. Kanavi does need to be a little bit careful here. Uses that E, gets him out to safety. Jumping onto Kyle. Kyle is not nearly as safe. Can Jaculov get something here? Gets one? No, he can't quite get it. Hope, does he turn it around? Yes, he does. Kyle eventually will fall, but not before Jaculov goes down too. Cream has flash, might have to use it. Flashes into the knockup anyway, and he'll go down too. Mid laner, AD carry down from top esports. AL pounce. Hope jumping forward again and again. This Corki has been phenomenal so far from the AD carry of anyone's legend. Hope really getting value out of this. 369 not there to save the team. Doesn't even get the top lane turret either, unfortunately for them. And folks, it is in this game going to be another Ruinous Atacon, not Voracious. We've been bloody here today. 369 trying to catch out Shanks. Does he get the W onto him? He does. Doesn't cancel out the combo, so Shanks will be able to escape with that one. Kyle back into mid lane. Chris did get himself another kill there. This Elise support is going to be quite scary onto a couple of the members of anyone's legend. Corki Karma, they get hit by Cocoon. They're not feeling too happy about it. Jaculov's been hit by way too many Foss Bombs at this point. Full wave behind Hope. Kanavi, hit by a slow, means that he can't immediately jump forward as well. Didn't want to commit that. That machine gun is so loud. That machine gun is so loud. Oh my god, do they have the Corki bug? Do they hang on, no, don't tell me they have the Corki bug where you press Gatling gun and it just keeps going for forever. Oh no, Corki. Okay. And Cream flashes into knockup. Misjudges it. Should have just saved the summoner at that point. Mispositions. Oh my god, we have the permanent Gatling gun sound. And finally falls off. Jesus Christ, I was hoping we wouldn't get that in a potential championship deciding game. Still godly for top esports. Down the feats of strength. Worth noting as well, I mean, I guess both supports this game fall off pretty hard. I think the Elise will be slightly... No, I don't even know the Elise will be what you saw. It's on Chris' play to determine that. Big one stops him. You think Karma offers more? Yeah, I think as soon as you get towards something like a Mikhail's, you certainly do. But, you know, if Elise gets a Cocoon onto Hope or Kyle, I think that conversation turns around. I think also the fact that you can check brushes very well with the Volatile Spiderling does help quite a lot for Crisp. Herald started up by top esports. 5, grubs to 1. Failed to get the Ruinous Atacon. Does power them a massive amount. Hope is now very far ahead of the Draven after that last fight. Got himself on the... Hang on a second. Can't get himself that recall. Cancel. Would have been nice. Tarzan does have ult again. 369. In topside jungle. You need to pick up the Herald, folks. You need to not drop that again. 369 going to get that top lane turret. Maybe the Cassandra can do the work that they need to. Cassandra, disgusting champion in the right positions. Shanks getting himself gold from that bot lane turret. Push into the mid lane. Herald immediately summoned out. Does Tarzan stand back and use his own ult to try and ward this off? Immediately driven into that turret. Good damage. Can they actually walk up and auto attack it? Good CC chain coming through from Green, but it's not really that much with Seraph's first item. So Herald only gets first half of that turret. Walking down towards bot side now. Shanks can't get anything more than that on the bot lane turret either. Shanks summons that turret, means that he can't be dove there. They know where he is now, at least at this point. Can they stop his recall? Nope. Using the Herald empowered recall there potentially by Chris. Jaculov going towards the Lord Dominus Regard second. Knows he needs to kill through that front line. Not actually going for the best anti-Corki damage. Better at hitting the Maokai and the Ornn though. Even in terms of gold, most of our games have snowballed after this point. Not gonna lie. Toppies will still have the gold advantage. They have double dragons. This Corki, though, is a problem. Mikhail's first item for Kyle. This is important. Watch this. Watch this. That is important. Also got the Muramana almost completed by Corki. That's nasty. I'm really worried about how much value this Draven can have. Really worried. Draven's not good at killing tanks. Behind the game, even worse, of course. Cream. Ooh, misses the ult onto Kyle. Hope's going to kill the turret and jump onto Cream. Here comes the Maokai ultimate, who is going to move first. Cream flashes away, and here comes the best of the play. 369, what can he do? Crisp, he is absolutely obliterated. Flandre goes into the choke point. Kanavi jumps forward. Can they do enough onto this one? Here comes the all-out 369. I don't think he has enough to really do this. And Kanavi stuck on the bad side of the wall. Flashes away Tarzan for the rest of the play. And Jaculov jumps. Forward's going to get Hope. He's jumping forward to the barrier. Is that 369? Getting so many knockups to try and turn the fight. Hope is so close. And he goes down. Jaculov gets on the board again. Shanks doesn't have his ultimate. And Jaculov starts popping off. Top Esports, somehow, someway, they get themselves into this fight, and they walk away with a 5-kill fight. 369 and Jaculov cling onto the game by the scruff of his neck. Oh my word. 369 on Cassandra does the dirty work. Kanavi flashes Tarzan out of the play. The top jungle doing absolutely disgusting things to anyone's legend. I thought after, you know, the tower dies and Hope jumps forward, Cream would have been out of the fight. Cocoon misses onto him and Hope just obliterates one of the first carries. You think that Cream really can't really play into this. Tarzan gets flashed away once. 369 does a great job of buying space from that. The Ornn doesn't hit Jaculov. And what happens after this? Cream gets a field over the wall. That's important. And 369 just goes absolutely mental. Watch what happens to Tarzan again, who's flashed away once. Flashed away a second time here. Great empowered E. While all this is happening, Hope finds himself in a 1v2 against both carries. That's a huge mistake from Hope. His positioning is something that we've called out as perfect time after time. But Hope going briefly into a 1v2 against Cream and Jaculov ends his fight, really. And 369 on the other gets so much damage down that he ends up surviving with that last footwork shield. Goes into a W and survives with his tank form. Insane work by 369 to live through the back end of that fight. Back into a fight. Again, Cream on one side of the fight. Flandre has to flash away. Remember, Jaculov has that Lord Dominus Regards now. He is tank killing as hell. Kanavi jumping forward, trying to get damage onto Flandre. Mikhails comes through, and now suddenly maybe Kanavi has gone too far underneath the tower. But here comes the tower, the damage from Wei in return. Shanks goes down because Cream absolutely creams him. The Azir turret able to get damage down onto Kanavi, but Top Esports finding their damage now. Cream and Jaculov coming online around this 2-item mark. Kanavi goes a little too far, but I don't think they'll care as much about that now. 369. Kanavi and Hom as a trio on Top Esports. When they have played together, they have won 3 titles back-to-back. In their first split back together, they might extend that record for them as a trio, at least. They weren't playing together last year, so it doesn't really count. Runas Atkan on the top side started up. Top Esports. They need to spot this out somehow. Cream doesn't have teleports. But Kanavi also doesn't have ultimate. This could just go straight down. Remember, if you go towards this, your grubs and your dragons mean that much more to Kanavi. Not it. He's now in, well, could have been in the area. And Eyal They don't end up finishing it, so what it just means is that Cream gets free time on that bot side. I was wondering if 369 would actually end up leashing that one, but not to be the case. It's not the Lord Dominic's, by the way. It's the mortal reminder for Draven. I just saw that he had the last Swift and I didn't see his inventory before that last fight, so apologies on that one. 3 items for Hope. Almost 3 items for Jackulov, though. He is about to get himself an Infinity Edge. Jesus. That's going to be nasty as hell. Could go towards the Essence Reaver, I suppose. But... Right. Cream. Almost at 3 items himself. Cream's Sway has been absolutely incredible, folks. I think Cream... Great series from him. Shanks on the Azir, not been able to make the difference he would have liked to. But normally it's not him, the one that has to make all of the difference. He's been great, don't get me wrong, but typically it's Tarzan leading the charge, and we have 4 games in a row where Tarzan is more than 1,000 gold down in the individual matchup. Kanavi has been incredible. Kanavi, the one-man army. I know it's a little disingenuous to the teams, but it sounds fun, and I like calling him that. Very few things are as dominant. Oops. Very few things are as dominant as 369 Kanavi and Hom within the LPL. Hope. Can he carry anyone's legend with this Corki? I don't know at this point. I don't know. I think Jackulov's online now. And I know it takes a while to cut through those tanks, but with him and Cream on the same target, and frankly, the better teamfight positioning, I think Top Esports might have found themselves a route to a 3-1. Hope hops over the wall. Dragon in 3 minutes. That's not particularly close. Atacon obviously still up. Some red pings onto it. Top Esports maybe to clear out vision or go towards a start. 369. Threatening a W after the E. Flandre, what can he do as well? 369 goes into the W. He's out. Blast cones away. Getting a bit tense now. Kanavi going to walk up towards that top side. No side lane pressure from anyone's legend. Kanavi starts this up. It's a lot easier to take the Ruinous Atacon as a melee champion. Kanavi actually might be able to one-man this if he really wants. Look how quickly that goes down. Yeah, the Shred comes through and it's nasty. You need to be careful now, though. You have got people left on the Atacon. 369 flashes out. They'd split the team a little bit. They call off the Atacon. 369 flash down. That's important. That Cassandre has been such a big playmaker. Big tug of war. Dragon now up in 2 minutes, Baron up in 1. Atacon still available. 2 items for Shanks, who has the Nash's Tooth. His DPS is good. Good magic resist, though, coming through from 369. It's not like it's easy to kill that guy. Black Cleaver on Kanavi will certainly help out 369 and Jackulov. If he gets himself jump forwards with the Empowered W, the Shield Vault, someone's Black Cleaver is... Yeah, that Black Cleaver is basically fully stacked on them after that. Jackulov going into a full Black Cleaver stack target with the Immortal Reminder. Yeah, now that does change things. That does change things a lot. Normally, the Draven doesn't normally get to do that much damage, but the raw damage is insane. It just doesn't always kill the tanks that well. So watch out for Kanavi hitting a target and Jackulov pouncing onto them afterwards. 369 as well. LPL finals have a way of going to tense late game team fights, don't they? Just a little over 3,000 gold lead for Top Esports. It's a decent amount. Especially after that early game. Especially when we thought that bot lane would start to snowball away. 369 on Cassandre makes carry's job so much easier. These carries are strong now. Atacon potentially gone towards, again, Kanavi, 2 levels up in the jungle. Has that global ultimate if he wants to quickly switch around the map. Shanks pushing up bot lane, but no real intent there to go any further beyond that. Hope spotted out. And I don't know if this Karma is going to be able to keep this Corki alive. Storm Surge and Blood Song on Crisp means that he can be a bit of a secondary damage threat too. If the Elise hits the target, hits him with the auto attack, gets that exposed weakness, that could be very important too. Imagine full Black Cleaver, Blood Song. Jackulov hitting them with those whirling axes. Start to explode. 369 doesn't have flash this time. Needs to hold on to it. Uses it now just before the CC comes through. Buffers through it. Is it enough? Gets out and Shanks misses the crucial ultimate. What 369 might do now is recall and look for a big teleport onto the fight. This could be a moment for Top Esports. Good defensive turret there. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. And instead, Top Esports say, screw the Dragon. We have 3 of them. We'll go in Baron and we'll go Atacon. Shanks could stay down here. He has the teleport, but Tarzan is there as well. He has to peel off. Cream gets himself a combo onto Flandre. 369 needs to be a little careful. This Baron is absolutely melting. Jackulov, standing in the Draven spot, can stand here and stack up axes for forever. It's not going to be a steal. The Dragon will go down, but the Baron goes at the same time. Can anyone really do anything? 369! And Kanavi going to hope. The E is big from the Pantheon, but is it enough? I don't know. It is! Kanavi lives! 2 kills come through at top esports. They call the bluff. The ult out of the fight from the Pantheon means he goes to safety. Hope will walk into Cream, and I don't know if there's anyone saving him here. Kanavi finds out another member too, and the Karma. Well, what they say about Karma. They're a very bad lady, and they go down there. Cream is left alive to ward off Hope. Top esports pull out a macro miracle here to pull out anyone's legend away from the Dragon. They get it, but they lose the Baron. They'll lose the Atakan. They'll lose all the Blood Roses, which go with it too. A huge, devastating loss in the late game for anyone's legend as top esports win the objective game. They'll get themselves all of those flowers afterwards too. Remember, folks, these blood petals at the top of your screen, you get enough of them. They give you experience. They give you adaptive force. They give you a lot of combat power because of that. Jackulov, Cream, really good ability to damage this Baron. And yeah, you know, the Ornult's good, but look at this. Immediate flash stun, full stack on the Black Cleaver onto Hope, who then gets hit by a Draven ult. The Black Cleaver onto Hope just means he can't play. He can't play. Tarzan gets busted as well. Cream holds the door shut with the ultimate, slowing everyone into the spiraling despair. And top esports are well and truly alive in this game. This is now looking like a top esports win. How do AL come back from this? Draven is ahead in gold. How's that? Infinity Edge, almost a 3,000 gold lead for Kanavi. 2,500. Okay, I'm being a bit generous there. Or rather a bit harsh. So much work done by 369. Flandre, what a great split he's had. The all-pro top laner, but 369 on Cassandre has looked so good. Black Cleaver again. Look how much damage they're doing. Jackulov has both summons, and Tarzan has flashed forward into his death, looking for the Jackulov Draven. Jackulov goes absolutely mental, flashes away, and goes straight into the fight. But I think anyone's legend might have just put themselves in the dirt. Shanks flashes forward but can't complete the fight. Cream is the cream of the crop. Standing at the top of the LPL this time. Top esports will walk in with their Baron and look to break the base. It won't be the game here, but it will just about be the death knell. I don't see how anyone's legend can fight back after this. They just use a ton of summoners. Tarzan, oh poor Tarzan. Another finals not going his way. 20 seconds left on death timers. They might push beyond this. I said it wouldn't be the end of the game. I guess I was correct about that. The game goes on. 10,000 gold lead. Top esports. What a split they have had. It has been a while since top esports have been at the top of the table, winning a title. Those with faith in the mojo may just have been rewarded. What happens here? 3-level advance into the jungle. Blood petals definitely help with that. Flashes forward, but can't quite get in range, even with the Nimbus Cloak. The Blood Rush from Jackulov keeps him in line, and the Black Cleaver means that Tarzan just can't fight here. And yeah, Jackulov does get comboed up by Shanks, but Shanks is now out of position. Crisp has good damage too on the Elise, by the way, worth noting. And Cream is completely untouched. QW, the Severing Bolt, pierces the heart, and we have ourselves a pause. Jackulov looks like he's the one that's calling it, so it doesn't necessarily look like there was a bug in that fight. I think there was probably a tech issue of some kind. Jackulov, incredible fight from him. As I need to mute this as before we get ourselves stream muted on that one. Top East was commanding position. Can't really say anything about that. Top East was on the verge of a 5 back-to-back series win streak to see them to first stand. Kanavi, 369, and Hom about to do a 4th title in a row for them as a trio. Hope's missed every ultimate. He hit them in the early game. The problem is, once everyone gets moving speed, he starts to... Yeah, Shanks. Body language. Sweat there. You can see the sweat on the brow. It's hot on stage. What happened? I can only imagine that it's some kind of tech issue. It looked like it was Top Esports which initiated the pause. Folks, while you're here, by the way, hi, my name's Nymaera. I cast the LPL because there's no official broadcast anymore. I do this on my own right now, but Initialise, my brother, often casts with me. For those of you that have enjoyed our content right the way up until this finals, we hope you've enjoyed our archiving of the league. So there's a video of this. There is English broadcast, so you can follow the stories of Top Esports, of all of these players, of Cream's first title, potentially. So many important things here. I thought I'd just show my face very briefly. And so hopefully this pause will be over with soon. If you have been enjoying what we've been doing this split, we have covered almost every single game day. You can find the VODs on Nymaera on YouTube or Onivia as well on YouTube. Didn't have the first streams on Onivia, but the restreams there have definitely helped us reach a new audience. And if you're enjoying yourselves, please drop a comment, drop a like, and stick around for this bit of LPL history, bit of league history. This would be Cream's first title, yes. Cream has not had a title before. He was on Top Esports last year. That was his first time on a real big dog team. Didn't really have time to... Well, he had the OMG team before that. It was fun, but it wasn't a title contender. Cream has really gone on to be something special, though. Another boring 3-1 series? I've enjoyed myself. I don't think it's boring. Does it say anything about the pause reason? Nope. Just checking down in the bottom corner. Nord won the second game. It's 2-0 versus Bulldog now. Hopefully we'll get ourselves through this series first, and then you guys can go over and watch that too. I'd be surprised if Toppy... Oh, we're back into game, folks. There we go. Back onto the Rift. Anyone's Legend up against it. No other way to put it, really. 10-stack Medjais for Cream. If you're in Twitch chat, we have an emote for that. Buy the book. So powerful. Thanks for showing that, Evan. I love that. Top Esports slowly pushing in their waves now. Kanavi is level 17 in the jungle. Are you kidding me? He's higher level than his top laner, Kanavi. He's basically another carry at this point. In fact, speaking of that, he's walking into Hope, and Kanavi solo kills Hope! The one-man army does it himself, and that might be the end of the series. Kanavi is back, baby! Top Esports are back as they march into the base. Cream and crew break the last tower, and Hope, oh Hope, he's had a good split. But what can you do against the one-man army himself? He does everything. Spotted Hope on a ward and ulted on top of him. Caught out the Corki and absolutely one-shot him. Kanavi, my son, welcome back to the podium. Jumping for Tarzan, gets absolutely obliterated and is taken off the Rift. Top Esports, after so many years of waiting, march towards the Nexus. More kills come through. I don't think Shans can do anything about it. Flandre goes down. Anyone's Legend might have had the upper bracket, but Top Esports had the mojo. Jackie Love gets his first title in 5 long years, and Top Esports are your LPL champions. Kanavi with a series to put in the history books alongside the rest of his team. Top Esports demolish Anyone's Legend and will be going to first stand. We knew they had some potential. Going through the lower bracket run, they have now won 5 series back-to-back in the lower bracket going towards finals. Anyone's Legend beat them twice before. And Top Esports will wield themselves the hammer. The Mordekaiser man himself. Ain't that fitting? Top Esports handing the mace around. Well and truly earned. I don't know whether people believed in Top Esports this split fully. Not after last year. Not after BLG going to a 5-game World Finals. Well, they beat BLG. They didn't just beat them. They beat JDG, beat NIP, beat IG, putting together their own version of a super team. And now they fell Anyone's Legend.
2025 LPL 第一赛段优胜者。我们再一次把掌声与欢呼声送给他们，好吗？谢谢所有的召唤师们。当然，在这个激动人心的时刻，我们也有许多的问题想要问到所有的选手以及教练。首先，站在我身边的是功臣红米教练，再一次掌声好吗？其实，第一赛段自启用双边的无畏征召模式以来，大家在讨论选手们的英雄池的同时，教练对于阵容选择的灵活程度也成为了话题的一个热议之一。可以说，这段旅程现在终于走到了终点，而且是以一个优胜者的身份站到了舞台的中央。此时此刻，教练有什么想跟选手们说的呢？对，먼저 응원합니다. 네, 저희가 첫 번째 질문 드리겠습니다. 사실 스플리트 1 동안 하드 피어리스 모드 기용하면서 사실 뭐 선수분의 챔피언프가 감독님의 사실 이 조합을 어떻게 살렸는지 다 화제가 됐었거든요. 지금 이 스플리트 1의 첫 1등을 따내셨습니다. 혹시 선수분들께 어떤 말씀을 하고 싶은지 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다.
What an insane series, folks. What an insane series.
我们先秀很差谢谢。
太棒了，谢谢红米教练。那当然，我们也把麦克风给到松松。今天无论是坚定风采，还是1开4的瑞尔，很难不说一句留神。今天真的是发挥的太精彩了，大家说对不对？加入滔博的第1个赛季就和队伍站到了第1赛段的顶峰，所以现在的话感受又是怎样的呢？
感谢队友以及教练还有管理团队对我的信任吧，然后我们才有机会就是能拿到今天这个。
I can't believe that Kanavi solo killed Hope for that last kill of the game.
付出了很多，然后这是我们团队的胜利吧。
团队的胜利永远是最打动人心的，而且其实你们在获得了这个优胜者名号的时候，全场所有人都在为你们欢呼，在为你们感受到真挚的骄傲。在此刻，有没有想跟一直以来支持你们的粉丝说的话呢？
这个优胜者不仅属于滔博，也属于在现场以及屏幕电视前观看我们比赛的每一位粉丝，感谢大家。
谢谢。好，当然我们也要采访到杰克。来，我们轻松。首先问一下最后一局，当时 BP 的最后一手留给的是你的德莱文。当时锁下的时候，我也相信你应该也听到了全场的欢呼。当时你的一个判断，包括说你的内心在想什么呢？
因为打到了就是后面这几场 AD 办完情况下，觉得就是德莱文也算是个
Next stop LEC
吧。然后
Folks, if you enjoyed my cast today, I will be on LEC desk later today.
而且今天在赛前的时候，你预测说感觉会3-1拿下，而你们在淘汰赛期间所有的 BO5 都是以3-1的比分取胜。同时，在3月1号今天再次以3-1拿到了第1赛段的优胜者名号。所以现在的话，你会觉得这一切好像就是命运交织在了一起吗？
其实也没人想输那一场嘛，但是就是输完之后，感觉我们现在调整的比较快，然后后面就会打得更加认真一点。对。
那作为一个一路以来和滔博一起成长的选手，你觉得今年你会带领这支队伍成为一支怎样的滔博呢？
就是很感谢大家支持吧，然后就是觉得我们就是后面会比现在打得越来越好。
相信滔博，谢谢。
Do I have first-hand co-stream? I've not been contacted about it. I've been trying to find information, but I haven't found any information, so I'm expecting not so soon. But if I do, I will let you know as soon as I can.
淘汰赛打出了无数高光，所以现在我想先请大家把所有的掌声和欢呼再一次送给他，好吗？真的非常不容易，也谢谢所有的召唤师们。这一路真的对于滔博来讲，对于你来讲，应该都是非常的艰辛的。那现在回想起来，你觉得淘汰赛的每一个瞬间是最为印象深刻的吗？
I think LPL. Top Esports are a really good team, folks. They're a really good team.
请问现在呢？
Kanavi is a force unleashed.
就今天吧。
就今天，胜利永远就是最开心的。当时其实，在小奶油出道的时候，你的刺客可以说是闻名天下。到现在，你已经成长为一个可以非常被独当一面的，而且能力也非常全面的一个经常秀翻全场的中单。所以现在，可不可以说自己已经成长为 LPL 新生代中单里面的中流砥柱这句话呢？
算是吧，应该。
是不是？我相信这一份肯定不仅是来自于粉丝，我觉得小奶油自己也要给自己足够的肯定。好，谢谢。当然，下面我们也问到卡纳比。之前在面对到老东家 JDG 的时候，赢下来你说只是普通开心。那现在面对到 AL 不仅是复仇成功，也拿到了第1赛段的优胜者，而且即将 要前往首尔去参加到全球先锋赛。
Okay, LEC
现在的
last
开心是怎样
first
的开
stand
心呢？
representative to
现
decide.
在的话，首先就是我们一起
By the way, I think there were points in time where winning LCK or LPL were harder than international event. I think LPL
这
season
有什么
8,
不一
9,
样吗？现在就是
10,
感觉更加的极度的开心一点，是不是？
11 too probably. LCK for the grand majority of its history actually.
好像我听说不算是冠军，就是只能是第1名，然后争那个银猴嘛。那个我们去打韩国看发挥吧。
大家期不期待在韩国的一个发挥？再聊聊这个 BO5的话，其实，在最后一把的时候，你的潘森在前期的控龙可以说非常非常关键，而且在大龙一个极其准确的判断，直接帮团队拿到了一个制胜点。所以你作为潘森在第4局的时候，整体的一个规划是怎么去做的呢？
整体的规划的话，其实我们前期下野想打曲优势，但是没打出来嘛，所以我们得先把龙控好，然后再说，应该这种思路吧。
稳定的一个打野，真的让人非常的安心。也谢谢卡纳比。当然，我们最后也要采访到369选手。先享受一下此时此刻为你倾泻的欢呼吧，好不好？幸福指数多少？现在？
非常幸福吧，很开心。
最后这把，当时那波下路的战神奎桑提，还记得吗？那波真的是可以说直接现场已经沸腾了。当时的情况是什么呢？
就感觉要输的团了，然后想搏一下，就搏出来了吧。
战神级别的表现，没问题吧，大家
Kanavi's Mandarin's really great. He's been playing there for 5 years.
谢谢。而且其实这一次淘汰赛，滔博士完成了一个1穿5。就是光听都觉得非常非常艰难的一个事情，但是你们真正做到了，关关难过关关过，然后现在你们笑到了最后。在上一个 BO5结束的时候，看到369发了一条微博说：“卡哥，我练会了。”配图是拿了 MVP 的酒桶和纳尔。大家其实，在觉得有趣哈哈一笑的同时，也有人发出了泪目的感慨。所以，其实我也很想问到369选手，现在多年沉浮过去，你真的已经成为那名很好的上单，而且还一直在进步的路上。回想起来，你觉得职业生涯最大的收获是什么呢？
感觉就运气都挺好的吧，每年碰到的队友都挺好的。
所有的东西其实都是实力的一部分，而且你流过的汗水其实不会骗人，它都是你热爱的一个证明。再次感谢。全场，我们再一次把所有的掌声与欢呼送给2025 LPL 第1赛段优胜者滔博。希望你们一直怀揣着这一份无畏，勇往直前。接下来，他们也将于3月10日至16日参加在韩国首尔举行的全新国际赛事2025 First Stand 全球先锋赛，期待他们的一个精彩表现。而现在，我们也即将迎来万众瞩目的时刻，揭晓决赛的 FMVP。在这场紧张刺激的 BO5当中，可以说屡次站出来，在关键时刻挺身而出。所以，让我们一起来见证这个时刻，请看大屏幕。
Who's our finals MVP? Who's our finals MVP? Chris. Oh, is 369 our MVP? Oh my god. Or is it playoffs MVP? 369 MVP for playoffs? Or, I don't know, I want to see who they if there's actual award for it, I want to see who it is. I think it has to be Kanavi, right? Kanavi was absurdly good. I mean, yeah, a lot of good options, folks. I can't believe that Pantheon did so much work. Oh, this is one of my favorite combos I've seen all, like, ever. Oh, that was such a slick combo. Hop in, hop out. Yep, you're right there, Katari. Those are the teams. All right. Who's our MVP? Shakulov MVP. Shakulov Finals MVP. I'm gonna say my vote would go to Konami, but Shakulov is a very popular player. So, I think he had a good series all the same. Oh my god, how does that not go to Konami? Are you kidding me?
也请两位一起看向前方，合影留念。谢谢，感谢村正先生来到第一赛段决赛现场，见证这美好时刻，也可以移步至台下稍事休息，感谢。当然，我们也要采访到 FMVP 选手 Jackie Love， 全场再一次。其实刚刚我在叫杰克到身边的时候，杰克稍微有一点点意外，说：“我吗？”所以现在拿到这个奖牌，获得了优胜者，这一切感受是如何的呢？
就是还是非常开心的吧，因为说实话，我个人觉得就今天6-9其实就他才是今天的就打得最好的吧。
Maybe would have given it to Cream. Cream also had a solid
给
series.
了我的话，我只能说我以后会继续努力。
但每一个人都打得很好，团队的胜利是最终的胜利，对不对？在第一赛段其实结束了，到现在，启用双边5位征召以来，我们看到了非常多打破常规的操作，
Konami just
因此可
completely
以说
diff
观众
jungle.
们也是大饱眼
I think it has to be
福。所
Konami
以
for me.
你会觉得说，现在应该也是
Jackie Love just said 369 is the best player this series. Good to know, Staffy. So Jackie Love said 369 was the best player this series. Very cool.
那请问他是对的吗？
就既然我们已经站在这儿了，我觉得他就是对的。
太对了！观众在看得过瘾的时候，其实选手们也觉得这是一个非常有挑战性的一个试举，所以让我们再一次把最后欢呼、掌声、所有的祝贺都送给2025 LPL 第一赛段的优胜者滔博战队。5大赛区群雄并立，可以说是风云际会的一次。此地一为别，众志万里征 ，LPL 5位竞巅峰。
There you go, folks. Top Esports, your split 1 champions. Thank you so much for watching my coverage of the LPL. If you enjoyed LPL this split, you can find all of the VODs on these channels that you're watching on currently. You can go back and watch them. We have done the entire splits. There's no official broadcast anymore. This is the next best thing. Hope you've enjoyed the LPL, watching these teams. It has been an absolute pleasure bringing them to you. This is my 4th LPL Finals, 3 as part of the official broadcast, 1 here on my lonesome here. Thank you for joining me so much. If you've enjoyed it, drop a like, drop a comment, share some of these videos. It means an awful lot to help us continue what we're doing and keep the LPL alive for the international community. And yeah, folks, if you enjoyed my coverage today, I will be on the LEC later today. You'll be able to find me on the desk. So, folks, we will leave that there. Thank you so much for watching us on Onivia and on Nymaera on Twitch and YouTube. We'll leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time.